Test, test. Voilà, c'est tout. Hello, hello, everyone. Please make your way to the main room for those who can hear us outside. Welcome, and welcome to Privacy Camp 2023. Yay! This is the 11th edition, and I'm really glad to see you in person again after 2 years of editions online. But we're also really pleased to make the content of today available online for those who are watching us. So it's a double event, and we're really happy about that. I'm Claire Fernandez. I'm the Executive Director of EDRI, European Digital Rights. EDRI is one of the co-organizers of Privacy Camp, together with the Vrije Universiteit Brussels, the Law, Science, Technology and Society Research Group, Privacy Salon, the Institute of European Studies at the University of Saint Louis. So thank you to our partners. I will just make a few announcements now about Privacy Camp, about the content of today's discussions, then acknowledging the people who are behind the event, and then some few logistical announcements. So for those of you who don't know what Privacy Camp is, this is the Brussels activist conference gathering civil society, academia, industry and decision makers, including EU officials, to strategize and learn about human rights and privacy in the digital age. Privacy Camp is meant to be a free, accessible conference pre-CPDP. Unfortunately, now since the pandemic, CPDP has been moved to May, but we hope that in the future we manage to gather the two events again together. But as technology is becoming a more and more important part of our lives, and that our relations to technology has evolved, so has Privacy Camp. So I'm really pleased to see old friends as well as newcomers, people from human rights organizations, from social justice and climate justice groups as well. So just could I have a quick show of hands as to who is attending Privacy Camp for the first time? Yeah, quite a few new people. And how about those who've attended already Privacy Camps, online or? All right. Okay, thank you. That's quite interesting to see as well the evolution of this beautiful conference. Today's topic is a reflection of the gloominess of the storm of crises that we are facing on so many fronts. The war in Ukraine, the energy crisis, the cost of living crisis, the climate crisis, but also the rise of the far right. So we wanted to explore today how we think about technology in this context. Is technology fostering, amplifying these crises? Should we rethink our relation to internet and access to internet as a common good? And these are some questions that we hope this community can continue to address together. We hope this community can continue to question the power abuses, the exploitation, the oppressions that are at the core of this crisis. And that collectively we can also imagine technology that works for all and reclaim our rights, our democracy, and our planet. So I really look forward to some very interesting conversations, whether on the intersection of digital rights and the climate crisis, whether rethinking internet platforms, surveillance technology and how it impacts people on the move, but also police surveillance and thinking about abolitionist frameworks. So I really hope you enjoy today's content. I wanted to acknowledge the people who are behind and the organization who are behind this event. First of all, our general partner for the 6th consecutive year, the European Data Protection Supervisor, who will join later, I think. So thank you very much to Wojciech Wiewiorowski and his team for trusting us with this event, for hosting their civil society summit within Privacy Camp. So really much looking forward to a discussion on spyware and state hacking after lunch. But Privacy Camp also exists thanks to the support of and the many donors to EDRI. So individual donation also really make a difference, and I invite you, if you can, to also contribute today so we can continue delivering a free conference. This particular edition of Privacy Camp is also made possible thanks to the support of the Climate Justice and Digital Rights Coalition of Funders, NordVPN, Epic, Vivaldi, Quant, the Mysterium Network, and the Tech Hive Advisory. So thank you very much to our sponsor. I wanted to already have a round of applause for the Content Committee. I don't know if they are all here. I know Rocco isn't yet, unfortunately. But we wanted to thank the Content Committee for reviewing your very interesting sessions. So Andrea Bellu from EDRI, who is there. Gloria Gonzalez from the VUB. And Rocco Bellanova from the University of Saint Louis. Thank you very much as well to our Guillermo Perez from EDRI and Angie Noni, who have put together this event, and it's a lot of work, so I want to appreciate them. And the whole EDRI team for leading sessions and organizing today's event. So speaking of organization, some few logistical announcements before we can start. You would have seen that there are 3 rooms. This one, the Salle des Arches and the Boudoir. You will follow the sign there. It's on the ground floor. And those 2 rooms are streamed. And the salon is just below us, is the workshop room. And this one is not streamed. It's meant to be an interactive session. The opening is just now, and the closing will also happen here. So please don't forget to come back at the end if you're still here. Each session will have an EDRI colleague. So they will be here to liaise with the tech people. And if you have any question, don't hesitate to approach them. They have EDRI t-shirts or other t-shirts, which I leave you discover. There will be limited spaces for workshops. So yeah, just to remember that if you really want to attend the workshops, to make your way there as soon as possible. If you're taking pictures, remember to only take pictures of the people with the green lanyard and not people with the red ones. If you have accessibility needs throughout the day, please contact Guillermo Perez from the EDRI team. And that's it. We're gonna start now. And run until approximately 11, where we have the coffee break. Then there are other rounds of sessions for about an hour and 20 minutes, and then lunch. Lunch will be in the foyer where you just had coffee. And after lunch, we have 2 rounds of sessions again, and we will finish here at 5. So I really hope you enjoyed today. You enjoyed the rich content. If you are online, that you can really listen in and follow all of our conversations. And if you are here, that you also enjoy the breaks. We're meeting people again in person and talking. So announcing that here, just right now, will be the discussion on reinventing platforms. That will be led by Valentina Pavel. We have the rise of border tech, so AI and migration in the Boudoir, and the workshop on Europol in the salon. So we will have people introducing these sessions in the respective rooms. Thank you very much. I hope you really enjoyed today.
like to stay in this room, then please be seated. And since we have more space now, feel free to also move further forward into the first rows if you like.
Is the pronunciation John or Jon? I have no idea. But he's from Norway, so I think it's probably Jon. Yeah.
Welcome to the session on reimagining platform ecosystems. This session will be a hybrid session and will be moderated by Valentina Pavel. She's a legal researcher at Ada Lovelace Institute, and I immediately give you the floor.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you here. Thanks for choosing this session. We're going to talk about reimagining platform ecosystems. I have some little surprises in for you today, but let's get started on some context and housekeeping and logistics first. I'm a legal researcher at the Ada Lovelace Institute. We are an independent research institute based in London and in Brussels, and our mission is to ensure that data and AI work for people and society. And in November, we published a report called Rethinking Data and Rebalancing Digital Power that looks at 4 interventions across infrastructure, institutions, governance, and public participation. That can help us think more ambitiously about our digital ecosystem and transform how platforms work towards the needs of people and society instead of them serving corporate agendas. And one of these interventions is interoperability as a way to transform how platforms work. And today it's very good to open this discussion together with you and our panelists and think more critically about what would a new vision for platforms look like, and what would it mean for online platforms to work for us. What would we like to see when it comes to digital systems. And one of the ways we can think more critically about this is to introduce interoperability mandates that can introduce a higher degree of modularity and customization in platforms, for example, replacing different third-party algorithms. But we're going to delve more into that in a second. In terms of housekeeping, as you know, this session is being recorded and streamed. We have a hybrid panel, and this is my first hybrid panel, so I'm counting on your tolerance if there are technical glitches, and I want your support in case things get sidetracked a little bit. So we have 2 of our speakers in the room, 2 of our speakers online. But I know there's also very great expertise in the room, and I'd like to invite your questions and comments very early in the discussion. If you're on social media, please tweet with the hashtag PrivacyCamp23 and hashtag RethinkingData. And if you have questions, please do use these hashtags. I'm gonna ask my colleague Connor, but maybe he's not yet in the room, to help me monitor social media. But if not, I'll find another volunteer. And I do have one provocation for you. We're in January, and January usually is the time when we look forward, when we make predictions, when we think about the future. So just as a way to warm up those hashtags, I'd like to invite you to type in your predictions for 2023 in terms of where do you see platforms this year, given the fact that the DMA and the DSA are going to come into application. And where would you like them to be in 5-10 years from now? What changes would you like to see? So as you're typing in your answers, I'm going to introduce our panelists and then ask them to also share their predictions and their wishes and hopes for digital platforms. So we have Ian Brown, computer scientist and internet regulation expert with us in the room. We have Vittorio Bertola, head of policy and innovation and at OpenXNet. We have Chantal Joris, legal officer at Article 19, and Jon von Trechner, CEO and founder at Vivaldi. And I'm extremely grateful to have you all here, especially because some of you are with big time zone differences behind of us. So I'm really grateful to all of you. And just to up the games in terms of using those hashtags and you posting on social media, preferably on Mastodon, you can tag me, Edri, and Ada Lovelace on Mastodon. You'll find us very easily. Or on Twitter. Twitter is still a thing, unfortunately, but we'll accept. And I have some little incentives for you to do those tweets. So this is an Ada Lovelace mug, and it says, "What would Ada say?" So what would Ada say about platform regulation this year and in 5 years from now? And the three most interesting predictions are going to win 3 mugs. And I need a judge for that. Does anybody want to volunteer to be a judge and monitor Mastodon and Twitter to offer these presents? Because I don't want to be a judge. I did study law, but yeah, I'm more of an activist, to be honest. I'm going to volunteer you if you're not going to raise your hand. And I'm going to volunteer the person who has their phone ringing, because obviously, obviously they are very well connected to social media. So you're going to decide who gets the 3 coffee mugs. Okay, so please do type in your answers. You have until the end of the session to that. We'll announce the winners at the end. And now, Ian, and would you like to share with us what's your vision for platform ecosystems? Where do you think interoperability fits in, and what would be some of the advantages and disadvantages that you see?
With your sort of theme of revolutionary change, which I like, because I spend most of my time thinking about incremental change, I think we're already seeing a lot of interesting incremental change, and we'll hopefully get a lot more of it via interoperability mandates in the DMA next year. I mean, it comes into force. I mean, it's in force, but the gatekeepers will be designated in the summer. I think it's September the Commission has to do that by, and then those gatekeepers will have to follow the obligations in the DMA by next March 2024, and then there's an even further stage with the interoperability obligation. Other companies that want to connect to it will almost certainly be WhatsApp and iMessage, and perhaps some of the other big messaging platforms have to request it, and then the gatekeepers have 3 months. So I hope later next year, a very concrete hope, I can delete WhatsApp finally. I deleted Facebook years and years ago and never regretted that, but of course, one of the arguments for an interoperability obligation is it's very hard if all your friends and family and colleagues and school kids' teachers and community groups and so on have lots of discussions on one platform, which really you need to be on. You know, if you want to have a social life, if you want to know when your kid's school is closed tomorrow because of snow, a whole variety of reasons. So that's my very concrete hope. I hope we'll see a lot more innovation in platform businesses generally. And again, other bits of the DMA have, you know, it's not just the messaging interoperability obligation, which got a lot of the media coverage. There's stuff relating to operating systems, app stores, search engines, and so on. And I hope that will make, you know, we have examples like DuckDuckGo and Signal, more privacy-focused platforms. They still have a very small market share overall. And I hope the DMA will help them to significantly increase in quality and user numbers. So that's the evolution. On the revolution side, one thing I really liked in the report that Valentina and colleagues did with Ada last year was platforms tend to be monolithic today. Sometimes they'll let you plug in components, as Facebook and as Twitter do, that serve the interests of those platforms. But of course, there's always the risk, as we just saw with Twitter last week. I mean, here's another quick question. Who was using Tweetbot or Twitterific or one of the third-party clients to read Twitter rather than Twitter's own platform? And sadly, we no longer are, because Elon Musk decided last week he was no longer going to allow alternative Twitter clients to connect to Twitter. So we're all thrown back onto the main Twitter platform. That's the risk of interoperability of complementary services if the platform itself always gets to decide, well, which of these services do I want to allow to connect or not? Of course, they're not going to allow services to connect that they think threaten their business. That's what Musk has said, and that's where I think regulation is important. But imagine platforms which went much further than that, which technically speaking, it would be more complex, but it would be possible that you could decompose platforms into lots of different bits of functionality and plug in alternative stuff of your choice. The one which Article 19, which I'll leave Chantal to talk about, has been working on, I think is a really interesting idea of changing the recommendation and curation algorithms in social media platforms. But you could imagine all sorts of other ways to give people a lot more choice about how platforms worked, to give opportunities to SMEs to come up with new innovative functionality that a big platform might not think was so interesting. So I'm still as passionate about interoperability as I was when I started researching it in 2008. I've been pushing for it ever since, and it's wonderful. It's in the DMA, and I hope it will go a lot further.
Thank you, Ian. Ian has a very great contribution in our Rethinking Data and Rebalancing Digital Power report, so I do recommend you read that, because it goes into the practical implementations of interoperability mandates. But Chantal, I also want to come to you and ask you to share us your vision for platforms, and yeah, what are your predictions? What's coming up next?
Thank you, Valentina, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you today. So I work for Article 19, and we're an international freedom of expression organization. So that is basically the lens through which we view interoperability and platforms more generally. First of all, I do agree basically with all the excellent points that were made by Ian. And from a freedom of expression perspective, more specifically, of course, we would wish the internet was this open space for debate, exchange of ideas, where users can connect and express themselves freely. And of course, we understand as well that today this really is not the case. It might seem unrestricted, but a handful of dominant companies and platforms really have a lot of power over over the internet at the infrastructure level, but also when it comes more specifically to like social media companies. And they have an enormous amount of power over the information we get to access and the ways we can express ourselves. And so our vision really is, also we know as well that the business models that have been adopted by many of the dominant players are not exactly conducive to a healthy debate, the way the recommender systems work, and I will talk about that aspect in a bit later on. But the way these recommender systems work, they tend to amplify the content that tends to engage users more, which leads to dissemination and amplification of harmful content, of disinformation, etc., etc. So in that sense, we think that our vision is basically that the internet goes back, and these private companies, as you mentioned at the start, Valentina, also that they work again for users and enabling users to again express themselves and participate in public debate. And we think that the solutions generally that we've proposed at Article 19 are twofold. One is, of course, the sort of more traditional focus on human rights, due diligence, transparency of platforms, procedural rights, etc., which are more aspects that we've talked about in the context of the DSA, the Digital Services Act. And then as well, we think that the companies which are gatekeepers, also in the sense of our enjoyment of human rights, that their market power needs to be curbed, because otherwise there will not be enough incentive for new players to come in and for users to make a choice which service they want to use without, as Ian mentioned, losing all their contacts, because, for instance, they want to leave Facebook because they think their respect for privacy, it doesn't live up to the standards. Today, if I want to make a choice to leave Facebook, I lose all my contacts, essentially, right? So we do think it can bring in new players that may have an incentive to focus more on reputational risk around human rights, or how they respect the right to privacy, the right to freedom of expression. So also in terms of prediction, we now obviously have the DSA and the DMA. Both of them we think are a step in the right direction. They might not have been as ambitious in certain way as we would have wanted them to see, but for sure the fact that interoperability now has become part of the DMA, and that these human rights considerations have become part of the discussion, of the competition discussion and the discussions in the DMA, are positive. Also when it comes, I mean, we really, as a matter of principle or generally, we basically only see upsides from introducing more and more interoperability. Of course, if this is introduced, it needs to come with relevant protections to privacy, security, etc., etc. But we don't see any downside per se of making the platforms as interoperable as possible.
Thank you very much, Chantal. That was excellent. Jan, can I turn next to you?
Sure. So I think where I'm coming from is a little bit of a different place. I've been on the internet for a really long time, since 1992, building 2 browser companies, now on my second one. And I'm kind of pissed off about the idea that companies are getting away with basically being spyware and collecting information about what we are doing. And in my humble opinion, the first step that we need to go to is to basically ban this, this level of collection of data shouldn't be allowed. And I'm not saying you can't use any data whatsoever, but I do think it's really important that we stop this misuse of data, the profiling of users, and the utilizing of that profiling to place content. So instead of giving people a choice of algorithms to show content, I want to basically ban this way of selecting content. And in particular ban the profiling. I think the damage to society is significant, and I don't really think, technically speaking, there is a simple way to do this. I mean, reading the report, there's a lot of details in your report about all the things that need to be done to deal with the fact that you have data. In my humble opinion, it's a lot simpler to just take data out of the equation. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm not excited about kind of new ways of doing things, and I hope everyone will be moving over to the more open standards. There's a new open standard with ActivityPub, which enables you to write new technical solutions which are distributed. But just to be clear, solutions like Mastodon and the like that are built on top of that, data is not part of the equation there. So the idea of forcing data to be part of that equation, I think, is not a good thing. You still have the ability to move from one platform to another. And I think that's a really good thing. And I think it's good that that's being a focus, that you're able to move between platforms. I'm just afraid of cementing the rights of big tech to be collecting our data, and that we just normalize it instead of saying it's wrong, that we say, okay, we have to live with it. And I think that's a very dangerous thing to do. I think we are seeing the consequences of what they've been doing. I think they should never have been allowed to do that in the first place. I think they should have had the ethics to stop doing it as soon as they understood that what they were doing was wrong. And I think, obviously, I think all of them realized that. So we need to change there. And I think fixing the kind of issues that we have with data collection and privacy and the like, it needs to be done that way. So from the one side, basically banning the use of profiling and data for the display of data and ads and the like. And on the other hand, I think anyone should be embracing those new standards, because suddenly we actually have something that's standardized, which is where we have the W3C behind it. So the World Wide Web Consortium, which is kind of the guys that gave us the web, obviously starting with Tim Berners-Lee. That's what we should be supporting. And that's, by the way, that we as the first browser company and others coming after us have jumped in and are putting up our own servers. And again, trying to explain how all of this works. All institutions, companies, foundations, and the like should be putting up their own servers and engaging in that. And I think there's an opportunity now, in particular with the focus of the misuse and the focus of what's happening on Twitter, for this to take off. And I think we all should be supporting that. And that's actually maybe one of the faster ways to see a change.
Thank you very much for bringing those concerns in. And Vittorio, let us know if there's any way we can address some of the points that Jon mentioned, and if interoperability does help or does more harm with that.
Yeah, no, of course interoperability helps. So, I mean, I'd start from the question of what are the platforms going to do tomorrow, and I think they're going to do the same thing that they've been trying to do every day, so they conquer the world. So this is really a mission for conquering the entire knowledge of the world and closing it down and using it to build more walled gardens. And so this is the stake. I mean, many people, especially outside of technology, do not really understand what's at stake. So now this is endangering really the democracy and the basics of our society. And so they are going to build more walled gardens and try to resist opening up these ones. They will resist the implementation of the DMA. They will resist any additional laws. They will send lobbyists everywhere to all the capitals and all the offices here. And they will try to basically make all this talk of digital sovereignty, sovereign cloud moot by just giving very good offers to all public administrations in Europe so that they use Office 365 or Google Suite or whatever. So they have tactics that are both based on the legal side, but also on the business side, and also on the technical side. Usually they try to use the global standardization bodies to push certain technologies that suit their way. And I have a word of caution about encryption, which is good, and we all like it, and we've been pushing for it. But now they're trying to build this kind of encrypted overlay network so that you have a phone on you or something, you have a vocal assistant in your home, and this just opens up an encrypted channel to a server in the US and escapes any European law and any control. You don't even know which data are being sent from your home to the servers somewhere in the cloud. So they are using encryption to disempower the users. So so in the end, the point is rather what's the alternative? So interoperability is important because it is one of the key elements of any alternative that we want to build, to oppose this. Actually, it was the original principle of the internet. So if you look at how the internet was designed in the last century now, until the end of the 20th century, it was based on interoperability, and the services that came out of that phase, like email or the web, were interoperable services. And we actually are still today. In a way, even if they are trying to be dominated by the usual suspects, they are still the most open ones, the ones in which you can actually choose different providers, and you can actually use third-party applications to send messages or connect to web pages all over the world without having to go through the platform. And so we are not really trying to propose anything new with interoperability. It's really just keeping the promise of the internet, which was that even if you were not in California, not in Europe, not in China, but somewhere in Latin America or in Africa or in Vietnam, you could just download the specifications and learn how to write the code and build something that would work all over the internet without having to ask for permission to anyone, to any government, but also to any company. So the sad thing that we are now in the middle of is that we discovered that we defended the global, borderless, unregulated nature of the internet from governmental intervention, and then we discovered that if you go too far in that direction, there are no laws, and there will be a few private companies that will just take over the internet and close it down. So we don't want the governments to close down the internet, but we also don't want big global companies to close down the internet. We have to find the good middle ground. And I think this will be the discussion for the next few years. Where do you set this middle ground so that you have some laws, some regulation, but not too much that goes in the opposite direction?
Thank you, Vittorio. So you heard a range of perspectives. So I want to incentivize you bringing in the first question to the panelists with giving you an ADA sticker. So whoever raises their hand first are going to receive stickers. And if you're not ready for that yet, I do have a set of questions for all our panelists. For Ian, if we think from a competition perspective, how can we enable this new type of infrastructure with interoperability and change and rebalance market dynamics? What would this mean for users? How would it look like in its most desirable form? And I also want you to touch on this point about something that was mentioned in the European Data Protection Supervisor's opinion, which said that the provisions on interoperability in the Digital Markets Act actually have the potential to advance GDPR goals. And we've also heard Jon being less optimistic about privacy and data protection. So how do we put everything in balance, and how do we negotiate this?
In terms of what legal provisions, legal obligations for interoperability look like, we've got a number of examples, concrete examples now. We have the DMA in its final form. There was a lot of negotiation that led to the exact language about messaging interoperability obligations. It's a real shame that the European Parliament's version of the DMA, which also had a social media interoperability obligation, didn't get past the European Council, so that's not in the final version, but I think there are still ways over time that might be addressed. But there's legislation in the US Congress that would impose very similar obligations. If you want to look it up, it's called the Access Act. It obviously did not pass yet. Whether the Democrat, now that the Republicans are in charge of the House of Representatives, I imagine there won't be a lot of change for the next couple of years, but we will see after that. Actually, China has done a lot on interoperability obligations. I'm sure you're aware that we have GAFAM dominating the world largely outside China. Inside China, there are Chinese equivalents, massive platforms that even more to an extent than GAFAM do elsewhere, like Alibaba and Tencent, and the Chinese government is first of all put pressure on those companies to open up their services to a larger degree than they had before. But China is also changing its anti-monopoly law and putting new consumer protection provisions in place to require interoperability. So in terms of, what does a law look like to require interoperability, we've got a number of examples. In terms of what the European Data Protection Supervisor's opinion has said, I mean, that's always been one of my motivations as well in advocating for interoperability obligations, because the hope is that, and by the way, just to make clear, I'm not saying this can replace the GDPR and strong privacy laws. It can complement it, I think. If you give people more choice and people care about privacy, which, as we know from lots of surveys over the years, many people do. If you give them the ability to pick Signal, not WhatsApp, to pick DuckDuckGo, not Google, privacy-focused services, freedom of expression-focused services, as Chantal was talking about, that's one way to advance rights. I'm personally not excited by interoperability because of commercial factors. It's always been that I've found most interesting, and that is what the EDPS said in their opinion. I agree with it. There was some criticism last year when the EU institutions announced they had reached political agreement on the DMA, including interoperability. They weren't clear about exactly what they meant, which I think was a mistake, because then there was a lot of speculation online about exactly what does this mean, and actually will it damage privacy and security. I don't think it does. I think the DMA has got it right in the way it sets out very detailed provisions in Article 7 on those aspects. But I think that, and this is something I've heard Vittorio talk about as well and very much agree with, yes, keep thinking about the impacts on privacy of data flowing between organizations with explicit user consent, but also keep in mind this other factor. Well, if you're giving people more genuine choice over the services they use, that means you're enabling people that value privacy to actually switch service and hopefully generate more market pressure alongside strong GDPR enforcement to do that.
Thank you, Ian. And Chantal, I'm going to turn to you first. If we go beyond the Digital Markets Act and we think about interoperability measures that would allow us, for example, to replace different core functionalities like news feeds, content moderation, what would be the implications from a freedom of expression point of view? Because on the one hand side, we can say that this offers more choice and it's better for the individual user, but at the same time we also have concerns when it comes to entrenching the position of large platforms as indispensable infrastructure. So where do we situate this from your point of view?
Yes. So first of all, I need to give a quick shout out to my colleague Isa, who is the competition expert in our team and who has been working a lot on this, on our policy on interoperability when it comes to these core functionalities of the platforms. So yeah, so for Article 19, we have been pushing as part of, again, our freedom of expression advocacy generally and on our work on platform regulation, that these core functionalities should be opened up. So we categorically think that this will be positive for freedom of expression. So because the vast majority, as we have it now, obviously the social media platforms that provide the hosting services also in the same bundle provide the curation services as well as the content moderation. Everything is done by the same player generally. And we do believe that if dominant platforms would have to allow for third parties to come in and, for instance, to provide alternative content curation to users, then these users could have, obviously, again, a more active choice in what sort of content they access, and in that sense, a much more active exercise of their right to information, right? And we do think it will be beneficial from a freedom of expression perspective in many ways. So I think if we give, so I agree with Jan on that point, if we give users the choice to, and level the playing field a little bit between the users and the companies, because the users can leave if they don't like what the companies have to offer, we can incentivize these private players to go in directions that regulators basically have failed to do. So for instance, when it comes to the collection of vast amount of personal data, the profiling, and other harmful practices. So where regulators have not managed to impose certain conditions that would be more beneficial for human rights, we think that perhaps through more user choice and through more empowerment of users, that can be forced in different ways upon companies. So on the one hand, we've talked a lot about how recommender systems, again, can have harmful effects, how they are designed many times, harmful effects on the public debate. If users are given a choice, and if different companies have to compete to be able to provide these curation services to users, then it will incentivize them to provide better quality, right? And better quality can also mean, again, better respect for human rights, less privacy invasive ways of collecting data, profiling users, and for instance, access to a wider variety of sources. These are all things that we know that many users wish to have, but they don't really have viable alternatives at the minute. At the same time, we think it can be, so we see obviously around the world, many governments see a problem with the dominance of certain companies and how they can promote and amplify harmful content, but their remedy has been to regulate them in a manner that restricts user speech and in fact gives them more control to check what users should say or should not say online. So we are categorically against such repressive regulatory solutions, and we do think that regulatory solutions based more on interoperability, open markets, etc., can provide maybe an alternative to more repressive answers that we've seen from government. Hopefully, basically have governments opt for these type of measures if they work, and refrain from adopting more repressive answers to the same problem, basically. And so we think that this can work for content curation services, for content moderation services as well. Certain people might have different levels of tolerance, and which is fair enough. And so they might want to have a choice of what sort of content they get exposed to without that being imposed on all users in the same way. So again, we do think diversifying the environment, and also there are many ways, if we have new players coming in, there are also many ways these will be innovative new actors, which maybe we can't imagine right now as well. So we think there's just like a whole host of possibilities of how we will be able to interact online, engage online, participate in public discussions, etc. So we really think that that this will be fully positive, as I mentioned at the start. And to the point where you said that it might further consolidate power, because they will be seen, certain companies will seen as providing the necessary infrastructures for new players to come in. I mean, the way it is now, they don't provide only the necessary infrastructure, they are the only alternative without any other option of any other player to use this infrastructure and their user base to provide a different recommender system, different content moderation tools. So, you know, the more we can also diversify on the infrastructure level, and maybe some player will come in that will become even more powerful outside the pure content curation service, the better. But we do think it will not consolidate further the power of the dominant platforms. It will definitely be a first step in the right direction.
Thank you, Chantal. Jan, if I can turn to you and ask you to maybe reflect on some of the points that were mentioned by Chantal and others, and ask you, how do you see interoperability potentially being exploited by large platforms, and what measures do we need to think about in order to avoid further dependencies on big tech? And I did hear your point loud and clear on banning ad tech and looking at the data level and trying to figure out measures for data collection. But it'd be great to hear your reflections.
Yeah, I think there's a number of points here, and I think, I mean, for me, it's obviously the elephant in the room is that dealing with data, and I think, in a way, we need to address that, and that needs to be a core thing. And I think everything else becomes a lot easier in other ways. But even when you have open systems, you still have problems, and I can tell you about that. Anyone that's, for example, trying to provide an email service. And when we provide free email to our users, as an example, you'll run into systems where the big players will actually block you. Now, they will block you for a reason, because you're actually having issues with spammers and the like. So spammers try to utilize the different platforms. But in the case of the big platforms, they'll just block you fully, right? So there's an interoperability thing, but then they have a reason to block you because there are spammers on your platform, so they block the whole platform that you have instead of blocking just the spammers. So there's things like that. Now, when it comes to consent, there's a lot of talk kind of that this is just a question of individual kind of decisions on what people want to do. But the reality, we know that, and we've seen that before, that consent doesn't work. Basically, people are not really actively given choice. They don't understand, obviously, kind of what they're consenting to. But also, there's just a question to me, what kind of things are you supposed to be allowed to ask people for? And I just think that it's gone quite too far. And we've seen that with GDPR and the like, where we are seeing the pop-ups asking, can we utilize your data? And there's a huge difference between how the data might be used, but the dialogues may be very similar. So there's a problem there. I just don't think that it works to be asking users those questions at all. I think in reality they find ways to get around making it a real question, and I also just think that people don't necessarily have the knowledge to understand what they're being asked, and they think about it from a personal point of view, and they think, hey, I don't really have too much to hide. And then they accept, okay, to get access to the platform, I'll just do accept it. So I think we need to change that. Now, as I said, I'm very excited about the new technical solutions, like with the ActivityPub and Mastodon and the like. And I would urge everyone to get onto those platforms, because I think that can provide a catalyst for change. And I think obviously the DMA and the Digital Services Act and the like, all of those can help with competition, and I think that's a positive thing. I mean, I'm seeing the Digital Markets Act as something that can make a significant difference, but we just have to remember the big guys have a lot of different ways to create issues. They can create incompatibilities. And again, I mean, given that I've been doing this for a really long time, I can probably describe 100 different ways that they've made to get around issues where they block competition in one different way or another. So again, there's the concern that even if you can choose your own algorithm, but you end up choosing the default one. It's kind of like, any of you noticed with the Microsoft, I mean, they're not maybe getting there fully, but kind of if you try to download a different browser into the Windows operating system, how many different ways do they try to persuade you not to do that or block it? Or you can just do it like Apple does and not allow it in the first place, or with Windows 10s and you don't allow it either. So there's a lot of different ways to get around any kind of interoperability or choice mechanisms, which is why, for simplicity's sake, and not to have a situation where we put regulation in place and then kind of it doesn't really work, and then we need to do it again and again, and at the same time potentially cementing the position of the big guys, because we're seeing that, okay, they're in the position they are, so we can't do anything about it. So we kind of end up doing things around the edges. I think we have to go a lot further and a lot shorter in some ways, because it's a lot simpler what I'm proposing, which is kind of coming from the computer world. It's the KISS, keep it simple. And I think that's basically what we need. We need to see that there is clear regulation what you can do. I think the interoperability aspects that we are seeing with technical solutions like Mastodon and the like is very exciting, because you can switch between servers and the like. But I also think it's not enough in itself. You also need to deal with the elephant in the room, which is the data collection. And I don't think we should mandate kind of data collection and kind of more people have access to it, because I don't really think that will solve solution. We need to deal with those things separately. If we deal with the data collection, ban it, the misuse of data, and at the same time we look at ways to be able to switch services and the like, I think then we are talking about solutions that will work.
Thank you, but I do have a follow-up question for both you and Vittorio and basically everybody that's technical in the room. If we operate with open standards, doesn't that mean that when a new player introduces open standards that potentially perform better than existing, better than how current services are running, doesn't that create a sort of a race to the top in terms of new services replacing the old and bad ones and users actually moving towards those services? Is this happening, Vittorio? Is this a myth, or?
Well, in general, the creation of new standards takes quite some time. I mean, the technology around the standards and the protocols changes relatively slowly. What happens is that they evolve. And so this is why the interoperability clauses are designed so that you have a common layer of common functionalities, and then you have ways to extend them, which could actually be unilateral by specific services, and this could actually create this race to the top. But in general, what you do, I mean, by mandating people to talk to each other, is that you actually create competition. So, I mean, I'm clearly a business guy because I have a jacket, but I'm actually an engineer. And my employer actually is an open source software maker. We make some of the applications for email and DNS that are in any Linux distribution. And I'm making this point because I do want to stress that all this talk is not against businesses, it's not destroying the economy. I was 2 months ago in a conference in Berlin organized by the Adenauer Foundation, and there were politicians by a certain German party saying that GDPR is the worst thing that ever happened to Europe because it's stifling business, and I raised my hand and said it's the exact opposite. I mean, for the European internet industry today, if there is one competitive advantage against the Americans, it's the GDPR. It's the fact that you can tell the people that if you store your data in Europe and you use our services, they will definitely be more private and less privacy intruding than the American or the Chinese ones. And so, so this is why I think that this is a step forward even for businesses. Because today, if you want to create, let's talk about instant messaging, since this is where the interoperability is first coming into deployment. So if today you want to create a new instant messaging app, well, good luck. I mean, yes, you can create it. Maybe it's much better than WhatsApp and whatever, but no one will use it because we already have like 10 different instant messaging apps and we don't want to install the 11th. And even if you do install the 11th, so you as the maker convince people to install the 11th, then there's no one they can talk with because all the users are on the other side. So if you change this so that all the apps can talk to each other, at least for the basic functionalities, what happens is that, the user can actually install this new app and immediately use it to talk with all their previous friends and contacts. And so there's actually some use for this app, and if the app is better, it actually can start gaining market shares and become used. And maybe all the others will see you that you're using it, and they will move to that app as well. So this is creating opportunities for competition and for business. But at the same time, it's also giving users a choice, and this is very important. So if the user is dissatisfied with WhatsApp, they can actually move to something else without losing all their contacts and conversations and whatever. There was a study when a couple of years ago, WhatsApp changed their terms and conditions. There were people that really wanted to stop using WhatsApp because the new conditions were worse. And the survey said that over 100 people that tried, only 1% in the end managed to completely move away from WhatsApp and uninstall it. I mean, like 1/4 actually installed the new apps, but still kept WhatsApp for the old conversations. And most people just gave up and didn't change, even if they really did not want to use WhatsApp anymore. So this is actually the effect we're also giving for users. And there's more of that. I mean, why do we have to have 10 applications that do the same thing? And I mean, the only difference is usually the color of the buttons. I mean, this is consuming resources. It does have an environmental impact on, I mean, through consuming your battery and whatever. I mean, we don't need to waste resources to have bigger phones and, because you need to keep 10 messaging apps operating at the same time. Then I don't know if, I mean, we should discuss also about the myth that the big tech is pushing, that this is going to be against privacy and security, because, I mean, you have this very secure WhatsApp application that is not letting your data be accessed by anyone except Meta. But so if you bring other applications in the loop, there will be other companies that can spy upon you. And I mean, this is really not true. I mean, it's like for email. If you don't trust the applications, the system that the other person you want to talk with is using, just don't send communications. I mean, there are ways. But in the end, all the standards today are made so that, I mean, what happens with browsers? You have browsers, you have web servers, and they negotiate the good level of encryption, the best level of encryption that they can give you, and this is automatical, and you don't have to do anything, and it doesn't mean that all the traffic is not encrypted. So there are solutions for this as well.
Yeah, but just to complement, the question earlier, if we look today at instant messaging apps, they all run on the same encryption protocol, right? So Signal came in at one point with the Signal protocol, and then everybody adopted it. It was a pressure from the user side for them to adopt the protocol, correct?
Yeah, I mean, the Signal has a sort of ambiguous position on interoperability, but I understand them, because they say, yes, in principle we agree we would like to interoperate, but at the same time we are worried that if we interoperate with other apps that are not as secure as we are, then our users might lose some security. But the point is that if you establish a standard for privacy and security that you have to meet to connect, then everybody will get at least that minimum level. So I mean, you can be ensured that will happen. And so of course there are also commercial positioning or market positioning by all the various apps. So if you have built all your credibility on saying, I mean, correctly, we are more secure and private than all the other apps, I mean, then you cannot admit that all the other apps will be using your same encryption. But at the same time, I think it's in the end, for users, it's an advantage to be able to choose, because they will, I mean, if someone comes up with something better, you will just be able to switch finally to something that is more privacy friendly, even if just maybe because they have their servers in your country and not somewhere in the world in other places which have less privacy protection.
Thanks, Victoria. Oh yeah, great. I can share stickers now. Yay! Who was first? Sorry, I can't see very well because of the light, but we have a mic here, so let me pass this forward. And the sticker. Take stickers. Thank you. It's not on.
Yeah, okay. I was wondering, the part you mentioned about there being like a lots of different apps, a result of that is, for example, apps like If This, Then That, that connect different apps, and they more like sort of arose from the idea of just being annoyed that sharing data between apps is difficult, but not really the idea of privacy. And a lot of people look at the operating system to fulfill that purpose. Like, why does If This Then That exist if Apple could, connect those apps in the OS? And I'm wondering how much of the discussion or the problem should be solved by the operating system. yeah, basically that was it.
Is this a question for somebody in particular on the panel, or whoever wants to take it?
Whoever wants to take it.
I could try. Yes, often you can solve some of these issues at the OS level. The DMA does include specific interoperability obligations for operating systems as well. So, for example, and this was one of the examples that Commissioner Vestager used when she launched the original proposal for the DMA. That if you have an iPhone, you'll know or Android, you can use it to pay at terminals if you put your card details. On the iPhone, Apple has specific hardware in the phone to carry out that transaction, which Apple doesn't allow any of its competitors to access. So all other financial institutions that want to let their customers use Apple Pay have to go through Apple, basically have to go through Apple Pay. And the DMA says, no, when you're in a position like Apple where you control the hardware and the operating system, and you're doing things with it for using your own software, you will also have to allow your competitors. So I and most people are not using Apple's financial services. They've got a partnership with Goldman Sachs, but they're not a big bank, obviously, currently. I mean, they could be, perhaps. But why can't I use my bank's app without having to go through Apple Pay? I mean, I'm generally an Apple fan. I like, generally speaking, their attitude to privacy, not so much their attitude to competition and interoperability. But yes, you can do some of this through OSs, through alternative clients. So, I mean, Chantal and Isis, one of the things Article 19 was doing was saying in the Digital Services Act, users of very large online platforms should explicitly have an option to use a different recommendation or curation algorithm on Facebook and so on. That's one way of achieving this. A parallel way is more along the lines that you're talking about. It's using alternative clients, like I mentioned earlier, Tweetbot or Twitterific and so on, to view your social media feed, because the client can apply the different algorithms to the prioritizing of the post and so on. So I think a lot of these mechanisms are complementary.
Yeah. Okay. Hi. Just I had a question on because you were talking about the Signal, and I think one of the things that I remember that the people from Signal were saying is that they were against the idea of decentralized servers because they thought that it was impossible to basically deploy the kind of security that they were providing, in that way. So something that I thought would be, if you can maybe open up a bit, like the difference between interoperability as we see it, decentralization, and federation, because I think that there are all these things that we get them bundled up a bit, or the fourth alternative, which I think is something that's been, the elephant in the room, which is like simply break them up, and just like go on a straight, like monopoly, just start breaking them and separate the vertical integration. Thank you.
That's a great question. Any takers? Because I'm not going to nominate if not.
No, well, I agree. I think we actually have to have that discussion, and in part it is a philosophical discussion. So of course, if I just stay alone in my room, then no one will actually have a way to communicate with me, but that will be very secure and private. So there's, I'm not convinced that I mean, people that say that they are the only people that can provide a secure service, I tend to disagree. I mean, I think that there are good public practice for security, and if the standard is done good, that will apply to everyone. Then, I mean, of course, it's a matter of choice, but interoperability is what enables federation and decentralization. But again, users are not forced to take it. If you don't want to interact with anyone else, you just, I mean, you can have your own. But by the way, by having open standards, what you can do, you can have private deployments. So you can take let's say the global instant messaging standard, if that will ever happen, and you can install your own server that you only use with your friends, and you are the only ones that can communicate through it. And I mean that happens with Matrix, for example, and it's another way if you want to have additional security.
How was that answer? Are you? Do you want some complimentary remarks from Ian or somebody else?
just one very briefly, I would say, I mean, I absolutely agree with Vittorio. I greatly admire Signal, you know, as an organization and as a product. They're not the only organization in the world that can run highly secure messaging servers, clearly. I don't have any particular problems with Signal's privacy policies as such. That's why I use them. But they are subject to US jurisdiction, which you know, potentially puts all sorts of surveillance obligations on them. The product is designed in a way to minimize the data that Signal as an organization can find out about you, but you know, it's not zero, and we may not know now because the US government can place secret obligations on companies under US jurisdiction to share information with the US government. So I would like the choice with Signal actually to have my messages hosted in a European server, not in a US server.
Thank you.
There's the person online wanted to say something.
Yeah, I just wanted to add from my side, if you don't mind, when it comes to the web and understanding kind of how the web works, I think it's a great example of how things work when you have underlying standards. I mean, in reality, you can, and technically speaking, you can connect any browser to any site on the internet. Now, obviously, from a competitive point of view, you will find that competitors try to block things, and particularly when they're in a position of power. So this is where the Digital Markets Act come in and the like. But technically speaking, if there's a will, there's a way to open up for interoperability in this way for messaging services. There's no question about that.
Yeah,
Thank
okay.
you.
So Joris van Hoboken, I'm at the University of Amsterdam and the Vrije Universiteit Brussels. My question is first question is for Chantal. And basically, you know, like, could you say something about your experience with promoting, you know, like interoperability in the social media space, you know, in the policy arena? I have the sense that, like, we ran into pretty significant opposition from, let's say, the broader law enforcement community. And, you know, most of that opposition, I think, wasn't necessarily public, but, you know, it was of the form, like, we prefer actually just a bunch of centralized platforms because they're much more effective in establishing relationships with and making sure that certain kind of harmful stuff and illegal content is being addressed. And generally kind of is a better situation for law enforcement and government to have leverage over social media spaces. Of course, we also ran into that kind of being voiced quite publicly by Frances Haugen. You know, said like, oh, the interoperability is like the worst you can think about, you know, that's spreading the problems. And so it's like, that's quite a significant opposition that exists in the social media interoperability space. And I'm just curious where you feel that we landed, and now that the DSA has been concluded. And maybe then a question for the whole panel. You know, like, so one of the things about the interoperability, and let's say Article 7 of the DMA, which says the interoperability requirement or the possibility of interoperability for the messaging services, it takes actually a lot of work to do this in practice. You know, like, you need to work on, like, the implementation. It's really labor intensive, both on the industry and the service side, on the technical side, but also for policymakers. And I don't have the sense that it's a big priority for the European Commission. There's just an enormous task in starting to enforce the DMA, and I don't think this is very high on the list. But what are the ways in which this can be made into a higher priority for the Commission? What are your thoughts on, like, pushing the Commission and people here in Brussels to take this more seriously in the implementation?
I can, maybe start. Thanks for the question. It's a great question. So on the one hand, yes, as you say precisely, law enforcement is very keen on having to deal all around the world. So UK, Turkey, Tunisia, wherever, they are very keen of having to deal with only quite few players and being able, because that will facilitate them being able to control or have, as you say, direct relationships. And in that sense, and this is basically one of the reasons which confirms why we want more decentralization, because we do not want, because it is also one of the means to basically limit government control on user speech, because they will have many more actors that they will have to deal with. Same with the requirements to host data physically as well in the country. So we have definitely encountered opposition from law enforcement, of course, also from the biggest companies who are not particularly keen to get that competition. And also we need to clarify when it comes to sometimes the narrative is also a bit that we are inviting any sort of rogue actors to come in that might be even less human rights compliant in their policies and the way and their activities and the way they conduct their business than, say, Meta. But of course, and also maybe to respond a bit to Jan's point, we don't say interoperability is the only solution. It needs to go hand in hand, of course, with respect for human rights standards. The collection of data as is done today is a clear infringement of the right to privacy. So these are complementary measures. And in that sense, we do think that if the human rights standards are clear for the new players as well, and for the current ones, that again, this will be beneficial overall. And we do think that we have been able, particularly with the Digital Markets Act, as I mentioned at the start, to bring in this human rights component to the competition debate. So again, it didn't go as far as we wanted to, but we do see it very much as a start of a sort of anti-monopoly movement that is connected with a strong human rights movement, with civil society being at the table when it's about the enforcement of the DMA, and very much so as well with the DSA, of course, because also the DSA puts human rights lists as one of its core objectives. It has a lot of mention to fundamental rights and civil society organizations, etc., etc. So yes, there is strong opposition, but we do think things in certain spaces and in the European Union are going in the right direction, and this is something that we can continue to build on.
And can I also invite all the panelists to reflect on the second part of Yuri's question when it comes to how can the European Commission put this more at the forefront in terms of next policy objectives when there's so much concern about enforcement of the DSA and DMA? And Vittorio,
yeah,
let's start with you.
well, yeah. Before coming to that, I'd like to just mention that my perception early last year was that interoperability of social media was blocked not too much because of law enforcement proper, let's say, concerns, but because of national security concerns and political concerns on, like, basically, to say, they say this bluntly, and don't quote me, how are we gonna take down Russian propaganda if rather than just having to deal with Facebook, we have to deal with like 1,000 different systems. So because I mean, especially last year, this was the top concern. But I mean, coming to implementation, we have to create demand. So we have to show that there are people out there that want to build interoperable instant messaging applications or all the others, and are just waiting for the gatekeepers to open up the interfaces. And this is a task for the free software community. And well, we actually have them, because in the end we have Matrix. I think most of us are also already using Matrix, and the people from Matrix, from Element, are actually very active in this discussion. So, but I mean, that's really what you have. I mean, we have to show that there are people waiting for these people, and companies, because as we said, I mean, if it's important for digital rights activists to stand up, but there are parts of the European Parliament that maybe say, okay, it's the usual activists. And if businesses started to say, European businesses, we do this, we want this, then they start to listen more. It's unfortunate, but that's how it is. And this is why companies like, all the European open source software industry is starting to become active, and we've been doing things around this. And technically, it's not so complex. I mean, there are, by the way, standardization efforts going on, starting at the IETF. And I mean, it's really more of a matter of convincing the gatekeepers not to do too much resistance. And we We don't know how it will be. But from the Commission's viewpoint, the problem is that they feel this is hard because it's a new problem and they don't have the skills, I'd say, in the sense that they have people that are very competent at regulation and at antitrust, but they don't have technical experts, at least in the staff, not enough and not of the right type in the staff. So the problem is how can we build something which is sort of a mixed effort between the Commission and the community, everybody in Europe that cares about this, so that we can maybe provide them with the technical and practical expertise on what they should be asking the gatekeepers to do. And then, of course, we'll see whether they listen.
Thank you. Ian, do you want to go next on this question? Jan, can we hear from you?
Yeah, sure. I think in a way people need to realize that when it comes to privacy, privacy is also a security matter. And I think in a way, a lot of the issues that we're dealing with, misinformation and the like, would not be there if it wasn't for the recommendation engines, right? So again, it's tied to the fact, which is why, you look at someone, Facebook has been talking about how many people they have working on dealing with misinformation and the like. So basically you create a system that propagates misinformation and then you hire a lot of people to deal with it. Now it's a lot easier if you look at the kind of how things worked in the old days. If you had a crazy person saying something silly somewhere on the internet, you wouldn't know because you would never see it. Now the algorithms now take that information and push it to the forefront. So we need to basically understand that, again, the algorithms are part of the problem. Distributed systems are better, I think, from a privacy perspective, also from the perspective of dealing with how the flow of information is going. Anyone that's playing with the new technologies, there's a lot of focus on the messaging apps now. I think in some ways the social network apps are even, more interesting in a way because again, the algorithms deciding the content that you're seeing and the like are part of that equation to a greater extent. And I really think that, again, those algorithms are a very big part of the problem. So I think people have been thinking that, okay, we need to give up privacy for the sake of security. I would like to go in the other direction and saying our lack of privacy is a significant security problem and we need to resolve that. And that's also why, I'm all for interoperability, just not if it's cementing the sharing of data about what we are and who we are. And that's where it becomes of a problem, right?
Thank you. We have one more question in the room, and I'd like the panelists, when they answer that question, to also build in their final remarks as we're coming close to the end of the session. And I hope our predictions judge did not forget to monitor Mastodon and Twitter, because we have 3 little awards to hand on. So please.
Thank you. You'll be really glad I don't have a question. I just have a comment. So if that's okay. So my name is Dujan from a small privacy watchdog organization based in Croatia. I just have a comment on the narrative of the promise of third-party recommendation systems and what it can bring. So even in this panel, I see that most of the line of thinking is connected to, quality of the public debate and misinformation. But Francis Huygen testified that basically most of the things that we see as negative in social networks would just melt away if we dealt with the engagement-based ranking. So in a sense, this ranking system is behind, massacres in Myanmar, the civil wars in Africa, teen eating disorders on Instagram. Basically, I would just suggest sort of painting a more broad picture of this promise of new recommendation systems and maybe framing it as well-being of the society and even the individual. And I would opt for this, especially in line of the growing body of scientific work that directly links this pandemic of mental health issues among the young with the use of social media. So in a sense, this would not just safeguard the public debate, it would also safeguard the well-being of society and individuals, and especially the young kids who have increasing rates of mental disorders, which are continuing even today. So that's just a small comment.
Thank you for.
Question in the back. Should we take that? Do you have a real question?
If it's quick, then we can take it.
Is it quick?
And in the meantime, I'd like the panel to reflect on one final thought they want to share with the audience or with the European Commission, if they do have recommendations for how to implement interoperability in the 2024 mandate. And one more thing that I also forgot. But let's hear the question first.
Yeah, I hope it doesn't broaden the scope too much, but we've talked a lot about like messaging apps and the fact that and praised the rise of our open standards and interoperability, and also many in the past have predicted the death of email, and yet nobody is using GPG, right? And so I was thinking, like, in terms of interoperability and also the platform, and also about like competition and the enforcement of privacy laws. What is your prediction about emails in the future of privacy laws and platforms?
Okay, I would, to be honest, I would go even more radical. I would say, like, how can we reimagine the whole architecture of infrastructure? Like maybe separating the infrastructure layer from the user interface layer from the data collection layer. And I think that offers a lot more opportunities in terms of really rethinking how platforms work. But I know Ian also wrote an article, if I'm not mistaken, myth-busting what Frances Hogan said about interoperability, so maybe he can bring in that point very quickly. And then one final thought from our panelists.
Well, very specifically, and what Haugen said to the European Parliament was interpreted at one point as she was against interoperability. That I then talked more to the people who basically had planned her grand tour of Europe. And what they said was she was talking about the DSA very specifically and not about the DMA and its interoperability obligations. But bringing that back to Joris's question, I think absolutely there were concerns about in the EU Council about disinformation and what interoperable social media would do to attempts to reduce disinformation. I think all those concerns have good answers. I mean, I don't doubt that what Vittorio said was correct also. I spoke to one of the most senior people in the council at the time. The DMA was being finalized, and his concern was much more basic, and really I sort of slightly put my head in my hands afterwards. This was a minister who said, I can't imagine what interoperable social media looks like. And I mean, I tried to explain. I mean, what I should have, I found that baffling given, Mastodon isn't only, 6 months old. Mastodon, even at the time, had 4 million user accounts. I mean, it seems pretty straightforward to me, but that has been one of the problems in having these conversations with politicians. They're not technical experts, that's fine. But their sort of vision of the world seems very constrained by what they're familiar with themselves, what tools they use. Clearly, they hadn't used Mastodon. And I think that's one of the positive things about the DMA messaging interoperability obligation. It will make a lot more people familiar with the idea of interoperability over time, I hope.
I'm getting very expansive signs that unfortunately we would need to wrap up the session here. I would like to ask the panelists, the remaining panelists, if they can still post their answers on Mastodon or Twitter so that we don't leave this discussion hanging in the air. Oh wow! And I have my winners. I have Harriet Kingnaby, Lauren Mason, and Eliska Pirkova. So you're going to receive some little gifts from me. Thank you very much. Thank you for being here today.
You're invited to take a short coffee break. Sorry that we took a little bit away from that until 11 and 10 minutes. So if you want to be back, then find your room at 11:10. Welcome, everybody. This room is now having the session on contesting AI and data practices. If you want to stay here, please do take a seat. Slowly finish up your conversations. For everyone who's still outside and can hear me, please come in now. Thank you. All right. And then we can start the session, and I hand over the mic.
Thank you very much. Thank you for being here with us today. In this session, we're going to speak about contesting AI and data practices. So we want to speak about very practical and effective approaches to responsible data practices. What can we do to do this? And looking at platforms like Privacy Camp or CPDP, we see these are platforms that are not only driving the discourse on civil rights in the digital age, they create the necessary awareness, present concepts, and connect people. This year's topics, Act Now, is something that really resonates with what we are doing here and the speakers that we have here today. Practically, to act, to do ethics, as Willy would say, or to implement something that would work. We are here today with three speakers, with Iris Muis from the Utrecht Data School, who's a data ethicist and runs a team that implements actual data practices. Willy Tadema, who's the chief data and AI ethicist in the Ministry for the Interior and Kingdom Relations in the Netherlands. And Joost Gerritsen, who's a privacy and AI lawyer in the Netherlands and has his own law firm. My name is Mirko Tobias Schäfer, and I'll be the moderator and trying to connect the talks to each other and connect to the audience for discussion and questions. The session is built in a way that we will have 3 lightning talks by each of our speakers, where they present how they help organizations to tackle issues around responsible data and AI practices, and what works and what is an obstacle they see in their day-to-day practice. We will then have a discussion about that and include you, the audience, as much as possible. We don't have any cups to give away or stickers to share with you, so I hope that the intrinsic motivation will be sufficient to participate in this panel. So without further ado, I give the floor to Iris Muis, who's going to speak from her perspective.
Thank you so much. And first of all, I have a technical question. Could we have our slides up on the screen, perhaps? Great. Thank you so much. So let me start off first. My name is Iris Muis. I work at Utrecht University in the field of data ethics. We work at Utrecht Data School, Mirko and I. Some of our colleagues are also present here today. And what we do is we research the impact of technology on society. We do it across different domains, but our main focus area is governmental organizations in the Netherlands. How we work is that we do a lot of publicly engaged research and teaching. So that means that we work in the field, we develop instruments that can be used by the sector, and that we in turn can use to harvest research data. First, a little bit about my background. I studied law, international relations, and then I worked at a municipality, City of Amsterdam. I worked at an NGO in digital education for children, and now I'm working at Utrecht Data School as lead operations. Okay, so I'm delving right into the practical implementation of data ethics. That's of course the focus of this panel. We will share with you lots of practices from the Dutch context specifically. And first I would like to share with you 2 very practical instruments that we as Utrecht University have developed and that have been used for the past 6-7 years extensively by the governmental sector. So a few of them are already on the screen, actually. I will dive into 2 of those, which is the one on the left, the Fundamental Rights and Algorithms Impact Assessment, and the one on the top right corner, the Data Ethics Decision Aid, which are dialogical tools for project teams of data projects to discuss ethics, deliberate on ethical dilemmas, make decisions, and document those decisions. Okay, so first of all, the Fundamental Rights and Algorithms Impact Assessment, which can, by the way, be seen here. So you can take a look for yourself. It's an instrument aimed at government organizations that want to use data or digital technology, for instance, algorithms to predict social benefit fraud, to monitor safety, all kinds of algorithms. And we really want to make sure that no human rights or fundamental rights are breached. So we've been asked by the Ministry for the Interior to develop this impact assessment. Let me quickly go through the different steps. Of course, you can take a look at the instrument yourself, but just to get an idea, the first step is to answer the why question. So why do we need this algorithm? What kind of societal issue is this algorithm going to solve? Does it have a legal ground? Is it even allowed to use this kind of algorithm for this kind of problem? Then the second block is involving technology. So what kind of technology are we going to use? Is it a very complex algorithm? Does it involve training data? What kind of input data are we feeding the algorithm? The third question is context. So how is it implemented? Because a very technically sound algorithm can still cause harmful effects if it's implemented in the wrong ways or in a certain vulnerable context. So it's about, you know, what citizens are affected. Are those vulnerable groups? Is there potential for discrimination or other harmful effects? And the fourth and final part of the Fundamental Rights and Algorithms Impact Assessment surrounds fundamental rights. So it's really about the question, you know, what fundamental rights can be impacted by this algorithm, both negatively and positively, and do the benefits of this algorithm weigh up to the potential harms on human rights it can cause. So it really allows for, you know, teams, data teams, interdisciplinary teams to make these kinds of decisions. Okay, so that's the first one. The second one I would like to introduce is the Data Ethics Decision Aid, which has been around for, I think, 6 or 7 years now. It's also in use in Germany, Sweden, Greece, so it has more of a European use as well. And this is also meant for dialogue, facilitating dialogue in a project team. So imagine you know, someone with a technical background sitting at the table, the project lead sitting at the table, a legal expert or DPO having a place at the table and talking about ethical dilemmas surrounding data together, making decisions and documenting these decisions. And all of this leads to, you know, accountability, responsibility, enabling us as citizens, but also the fourth estate, the media, to ask questions and to be able to get answers. You know, why have you chosen to do or implement this technology in a certain way? So that's what we've been working with for the past 6 or 7 years. We've seen a lot about how data ethics works in practice. How organizations implement or try to implement data ethics. So I look forward to sharing some of these findings with you today and also to discuss these with my fellow panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, Iris. Well, that was some perspective from academia, but you can see this was an do and research perspective, because we do not only think of concepts and drop them at the bottom of the ivory tower. We are actually out in the field and try to develop things that can be applied. And we always do so for collecting insights. So let's now turn to Joost Gerritsen, who will share his experience as a privacy and AI lawyer working with a wide range of companies, but also public entities.
Thank you, Mirko, for the introduction. Hello, everyone. My name is Joost Gerritsen from the firm Legal Beetle. Indeed, I'm a lawyer since 2010 now, specialized in privacy laws and solving legal issues surrounding emerging technologies. And in 2016, I started my own law firm. And 2016, of course, is the year when the GDPR was published. And my daily practice consists mostly of advisory work, but I also conduct research. And in that respect, I wrote several publications regarding artificial intelligence. I think you can see them on the screen. One is called Human Rights in the Robot Age, or Better Protected Against Biometric Technologies. And another one is called Tackling Deepfakes in the European Policy Space. I also co-founded the Dutch Association for AI Lawyers. That's something we and my other founder invented, that phrase, AI lawyers. And next to that, in addition, I maintain a newsletter. And if you subscribe to the newsletter, you can follow, you can get updates on pending cases before the Court of Justice of the EU. I was talking about the publications, and I think they all have one thing in common. I think every publication, and by the way, I write them with the Rathenau Institute most of the time. Almost each publication ends with the notion that technology puts public values under pressure. And we send those reports, those publications to, for instance, the Dutch government or the European Parliament and the Council of Europe. And we advise them on how to deal with that pressure and how to maintain the public values. So my point for now, for the couple next minutes, is the following. I think that implementing data practices that preserve public values should be something profitable. And I have a few ideas how that can be done. And yeah, Mirko already said it, I advise companies, and my focus will be on companies for the next minutes. But let's address the question first. What are companies? Because we all have ideas about it, but let's look at facts. Did you know, for instance, that in Europe, 98.9% are small companies? So those are companies who employ less than 50 people. And only 0.2% are large ones, and they have more than 250 people working for them. But then again, those large companies, they almost offer 50% of the economic value, so they are quite important to us. You can think of ASML, which is a Dutch semiconductor company, it's very well known, or a software company like SAP, also known as SAP, or Adyen, which is a Dutch payment services provider. Those are really big companies. And, well, do they use artificial intelligence? Yes, they do. I think in 2019, our National Statistics Institute, and when I mean our, I mean the Dutch one, conducted research and discovered that more than half of the big companies use artificial intelligence. And in practice, that means they use machine learning or facial recognition or image recognition. And yeah, this is the background of companies. Lot of small ones, a few large ones, but who make the headlines in the international press when public values are infringed? Well, if you ask me, that's mostly the abbreviation known as GAFAM, or Google, Amazon, Facebook, Apple, and Microsoft. And indeed, if you look at the top 10 of the biggest GDPR fines, 9 of them are concern GAFAM-related companies. In fact, only 3 of them, and those are Google, Facebook, and Amazon. So we have to keep in mind that if we talk about companies, those GAFAM companies are not a fair representation of the companies in Europe. However, all these companies, being from America or Europe, have one thing in common. They are for profit, and sometimes with a mission to add value for shareholders. So those are companies, and I used the phrase public values a few times. What are public values? Well, you can answer that question, I think, from different perspectives. I'm a lawyer, so I have a legal perspective. And when I think of public values, I think of the EU Charter of Fundamental Rights. Enshrined in the Charter are various values translated into rights. We know privacy rights, which is basically a combination of data protection rights and respect for private and family life. But there are, of course, a lot of other rights. Think of the right to free expression, or the right to be, not to be discriminated against, for instance. And all those rights, which I just told you about, they have one thing in common. They are not absolute. They are relative rights. So that means that you have to outweigh them against other rights. And they can be being overridden by other rights, such as rights maintained by companies. Companies also have rights. For instance, the right to have the freedom to conduct a business, the right to peaceful enjoyment of possessions, and overall there's an important interest, namely the economic well-being of a country. And all those rights, in certain circumstances, can outweigh privacy rights, for instance. In practice, this means that companies have to perform a balancing act with the rights and the interests of you, the citizens, people, and they have to balance them against their own rights. And it can be quite a hassle, but of course, thanks to instruments like data, which Iris just described, it can be done. But the thing is that we're talking about data practices, preserving public values, such as data. How can we make them attractive for those companies? Because, yeah, it's an instrument, but the companies, like I just said, they are for profit. So back to my point, those data practices have to be profitable somehow. And how can we make that an attractive option for them, for the companies? I think, of course, there are... I'm astonished by my own PowerPoint skills. Of course, there are two simple solutions if we talk about how to implement those data practices at companies. One is actually a message addressed to the supervisory authorities, enforce the law. So if you enforce them when they breach the GDPR, for instance, and you do it more often, for instance, then it can help establishing a more equal level playing field, so to speak. Another solution would be addressed to the Court of Justice. I think the Court of Justice should allow non-material damages, that you can claim non-material damages when the GDPR, for instance, is breached. Or the courts can also allow competitors to claim, to make claims against each other when the GDPR are breached. And maybe you think, is this not the case right now? No, if it comes to non-material damages or a competitor, they cannot go to the court and saying, hey, my competitor is infringing the GDPR, dear judge, do something about it. Right now it's not possible, but in the near future it may change. Yeah, those are two, in my view, simple things, and maybe you heard them all before. So let's dive into the more interesting stuff. What can you do? Well, that depends. If you work at an NGO like EDRI, I think you have to start thinking about who are your enemies and who are your allies. So from my experience, only really a small portion of companies are highly dubious. For instance, TikTok or Clearview, they don't have our best interests in mind. You should focus on the majority, seek allies with them, because in my view, they are well willing. Oh, 2 minutes, I'm going to speed a little bit up. Yes, they make mistakes, the majority, like accidental data leaks, but they are not evil. And they are not faceless entities. Humans work there, like you and me, and they really want to do the right thing. So what can you do? You can befriend them, like data protection officers or other influential people for a bottom-up approach, convincing their directors that public value-preserving practices are the way to go. So you want people within companies to challenge the higher-ups. Are we doing this ethically? But how can we make them, the people in charge, the directors, listen? Well, in my view, you should make public value preserving data practices a unique selling point, a USP. So companies love to be industry leaders, and NGOs should help them with that. And my idea is that you should, as an NGO, invite them to co-write a code of conduct. And maybe you would think, oh, code of conduct, self-regulatory, it won't help, it's too vague. No. In practice, code of conducts are well respected by the courts. If you are a company who adhere to such a code of conduct and you infringe the code, then the judge suspects that you act unlawful. So it's quite a serious instrument, and it's, I think, quite underrated. Such codes of conduct are encouraged by the GDPR and the AI Act, and I think they are a perfect opportunity to introduce ethical data practices. My final sentence, Mirko, because okay, now we have a code of conduct, writing together with, let's say, a bunch of companies. Now what? So here's my idea to put in the code of conduct at least one provision that says that companies only make their budget available to an AI product or AI service once they successfully completed certain data practices that preserve public values, for instance, data. In a company, it's all about money, and if a company, if a project is not greenlit because it doesn't pass successfully the data assessment, yeah, then there's no budget available, and we are protected from potentially harmful AI. I have a lot of more ideas, but I'm out of time, so I conclude with this.
Thank you so much. We'll pick your ideas up in the discussion, and we like the idea of connecting data mandatory likewise to codes of conduct. Now we turn to a perspective from the government sector. Willy, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think you introduced me as being a chief AI ethicist, but I have to
It's how you come across, so it's just the expression of my respect.
Not yet, at least. So my name is Willy Tadema. I'm a data scientist and AI ethicist working for the Dutch Ministry of the Interior. My team is working with governments, a governmental organization trying to realize the potential of data and AI in a trustworthy way. So accountable, transparent, fair, safe and secure, and without infringing privacy if it's not necessary and disproportionately. So we are mainly working for central governments on a national level, like ministries and the tax authority and the judiciary. We provide numerous services. We assist governments in designing, building, testing, deploying and using AI, but we also conduct a lot of assessments. So fundamental rights impact assessments, for instance, bias assessments, pre-audit assessments. And we also, on a strategical level, advise organization how to prepare for new legislation and policies like the AI Act or the National Algorithmic Register. So, but I think the main focus of our team is putting ethics into practice. So helping governments, helping them doing ethics. Right? What should they do? So when I started this job almost 5 years ago, things were like, we had a lot of trust in data and AI. It was almost like a holy grail. It was going to solve all our problems. Data science and AI was very much mystified, like in this picture. So governments were setting up data labs everywhere. They were recruiting data scientists. They were experimenting and prototyping. And also the data scientists, they were doing their work in isolation. And people were thinking, well, we better leave those data scientists alone. We give them the data and we give them the computing power, and then they can perform their magic. So, yeah, to be honest, of course, there were data protection impact assessments being done because that was mandatory under the GDPR. But on the whole, not a lot of attention was paid to the legal and ethical risks. And also, when you're, not a lot of attention was paid to the organizational and technical aspects of testing and deploying and using algorithms. And also data issues like data access, data quality, data representativeness. Well, that wasn't really a thing we talked a lot about. So the data scientist was doing his work, was optimizing for accuracy, and not so much for fairness and transparency and also accountability. No, well, was not really paid a lot of attention to. And it's not, I don't mean to bash those organizations, because I think in hindsight, it is what you could expect. It was a new technology, it was very much hyped, and of course our, the organizations had a really low maturity level when we look at AI and ethics. So you have to keep that in mind. But I have to be honest, sometimes it really scared me, what I was seeing. But then things started to change because we had a number of scandals in the Netherlands. We had, for instance, the judge ruling that the fraud, the welfare fraud detection system Siri was unlawfully. And of course, we had the child care benefit scandal. That was enormous. It was really awful. So that was marking the beginning of a lot of new policies being drafted and new instruments, new tools being developed for trustworthy AI. And of course, that is a really good thing. So where are we now? Okay, well, I think that, next sheet, I think a lot of governments now are hesitant, maybe reluctant to use AI. I see a lot of projects being stopped, prototypes not making it into production, and all this without sound reasoning, without good arguments. And that is a bad thing, because it means we are not learning. We are not learning from our failures. We are just wasting taxpayers' money. We are talking a lot more about ethics, and that's also a very good thing. But I think it's limited to ethical dilemmas. So it's limited to the question, should we be even building this algorithm? And once we have decided that we need an algorithm, the ethical discussions, they just stop. But we also have to talk about ethical decisions. How do we translate public values into design requirements, design decisions? We also are still focusing on the algorithm and not on the algorithmic system. Of course, it's true, a lot of bias can stem from the algorithm and also the data. But like we have seen in the child care benefit scandal, you can also do a lot of harm by using an algorithm in the wrong way. So, and as a consequence of zooming in on the algorithm, the responsibility for trustworthy AI is still put on the shoulders of the technical team. And this is also a really bad thing, because ethics is something, it's for the whole organization, not only for the engineers. So I think on the whole, what we are seeing is that, government organizations are overwhelmed And they are very insecure. They need to take the lead. They need to prioritize. They need to chart a course, but they fail to do so. So they look at external parties for guidance. And that is a really bad thing, because ethics should be ingrained in the organization. It's not something that you can outsource. So what should we do to bridge the gap between theory and practice? Well, for one, we should stop placing the burden of moral decision on the engineering teams, on the technical teams. And we should, when we look at trustworthy AI, it's not only technical robust, but it's also legal, ethical, and organizational robust. So we should bring in the lawyers, the ethicists, the system engineers, but also psychologists, communication experts, many more people. And especially when we are looking at high-stake algorithms, we should have all stakeholders at the table right from the beginning. So also people representing those groups within society that are impacted by the algorithm. We should create a level playing field. So the information position of every stakeholder should be the same. And we should pay attention to language, develop a common language. Otherwise, we can't have a meaningful deliberation. But I think, well, my most important point would be if we need to adopt a learning approach. We need to bring the outside world in. We have to invest in people and teams. Ethics is not something that you can buy or outsource. Ethics needs to be in the DNA of your organization, meaning the people. And also ethics is knowing the right thing to do in every situation. That's not something that you can learn by reading a book or looking at a policy or at a regulation. Ethics is something that you should do, and you should practice it to get better at it. And ethics is not a one-size-fits-all. We do not want government organizations that run through checklists and tick all the boxes. We want government organizations that are guided by their values and that create and use algorithms accordingly so. So I think as a government, we should lead by example. We should adopt a learning approach, get the outside world in, and well, it's my hope that we can do this with you, with industry, with academia, and of course with the NGOs. So.
Thank you, Willy. Thank you. This was a great call to action. With an eye to the time,
Got a sheet for that?
Yes. Come on, everybody. If it's also with an eye to the time, we don't want to keep the audience also from engaging with the experts here on the podium. So please feel free to raise a hand. There's a nice gentleman who's going to share a microphone. And there is already the first question.
Hello, thank you very much for the organization. I am a data scientist and also a master's student at KU Leuven in data science program. And in one of the courses, which is privacy and big data, we learned that we have a tool called Linden, developed by KU Leuven. It is similar to DIDA, I think. At least I find it similar. Yeah, I think there will be some advantages and maybe some pros and cons of following one or the other tool framework for applying in practice. I am wondering whether there is a project or a work to merge this kind of frameworks in EU because we have one law, GDPR, which is the state of the art, I believe, in the world. Maybe we can come up with one framework. Maybe there can be other obstacles, I don't know, but it may be a good project to foster and help the data scientists in this way. What do you think about this?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you so much. There's a plethora of frameworks, deliberation methods. Only in the Netherlands alone, we have several. I mean, there's an NGO, Algorithm Watch, that collects all of these different manifestos and methods, and they are over 100 now. You can see them. That it's an endless list on their website. So I understand the confusion and where do you start? Which framework do you choose? It's very difficult, and I presented to you 2 frameworks we developed. Of course, I'm very biased, being the co-author of both of them. But I think the core point of all of these methods is an ethical deliberation, fostering an ethical deliberation between stakeholders of interdisciplinary background and ingraining public values or organizational values, translating them into your technology design. So how you do that doesn't really matter. Which method you choose doesn't really matter. As long as you do it with stakeholders involved, an interdisciplinary team, I think that's very important to not just get blindsided or miss or have blind spots. And also to foster a shared responsibility to not just focus on, like Willy mentioned, the technical people as being responsible for data ethics or maybe the project leader, but to really share this responsibility within the organization. And also, what we encounter a lot, we've been to over 100 institutions in the Netherlands to conduct or lead these kinds of ethical deliberations. Every organization has different values. So especially in the case of governmental organizations, for instance, like cities or municipalities, every 4 years the politicians change. So they may have, in one term, a very liberal head of the government, and they choose liberal algorithms. But then there's elections, maybe a democratic or left-wing party comes to power, and you should really review all of these data practices again to make sure they're still in line with the values. So whichever method you choose, the translation of these public values is very important. And of course, there is some harmonization. Of course, we have the data protection impact assessments. In the AI Act, some sort of human rights impact assessment is probably being installed. It would be good to have one harmonized human rights impact assessment, but still it needs to leave some room for organizational values to be ingrained in that assessment.
Thank you, thank you. You said you're studying applied data science. Yes, Salle, I'm managing the applied data science at Utrecht University, and your question is awfully familiar. I get that very often from the students. So I think what you will recognize very often is that these ethical questions are delegated to you. But I think that data scientists should recognize them and assign responsibility and give it back to the organization and take them on the table and say, it's not only the law that regulates this, as Iris just pointed out, it's also the values that might differ from one municipality to the other. And the data scientists shouldn't accept to be left alone with this.
Yeah, maybe I can add something to that, because I'm also a data scientist. So I totally understand the position that you are in. And you were saying, like, it's important to recognize the values. And for instance, when we are looking at equality and non-discrimination, of course, we want the algorithm to be fair, and we should talk about that. But in my experience, okay, so we are saying the algorithm should be fair. You are the data scientist. You check that. And it's not something that I was prepared for at university. So we were taught how to train models, but not how to translate fairness into a metric that we can optimize our models on. So I think this is also something that lacks in our training and education. So, and luckily we're seeing in the Netherlands that a lot of universities are adding this to their curriculum. So but I think that's also a very important point.
Yeah, me?
Yes, hello.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Javier Saez. I work for Fundación Secretariado Gitano. It's an NGO working against discrimination against Roma community in Spain. And I would like to ask to Mrs. Tadema if, or maybe the other colleagues, if you have experience on how to prevent bias on algorithms, racial bias. Because I remember a case in the Netherlands, was in Roermond, and when the predicting police finally criminalized Roma communities, Roma people. But we have also examples in Spain, and we are trying to work with authorities on how to prevent artificial intelligence or algorithms regarding racial discrimination. But the question is, do you have protocols or ideas about how to prevent that? And secondly, if you think it's interesting to get on board the communities that can be targeted or affected, racial or other minorities within these procedures. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very good question, I think. For instance, yeah, when you are looking at discrimination, we don't have the awareness is there, but the best practices and the standards, they're not there. So we have to mature on that level. And it's a really difficult topic, because when you are talking about discrimination, depending on whether you are an engineer or an ethicist or a lawyer or just a worried citizen, you may assign that a very different meaning, discrimination. I think within law, it's really good defined what is discrimination and what is not.
I can add something.
Okay, well, maybe you could reflect on that. But it's really tough for a data scientist to say, I get asked quite a lot, can you check whether this algorithm is discriminating? And it's a very, very difficult question. And it's not a question that I should answer. I can provide you with information about the bias in the data, the bias in the algorithm. Maybe we could even monitor the bias in the usage of the algorithm. But whether the algorithm is racist, whether it is discriminatory, is not something that a data scientist can decide, and it's something that we should do, I think, together. And we definitely need to develop best practices and standards, and I don't think they are here yet. So this is a topic that we really want to work together with academia and NGOs.
Yeah, no, for me, it's not easy at all, or not black and white, as you suggested. No, I think...
That's
no?
not my suggestion.
Oh, sorry.
No.
No, can you rephrase?
Oh, well, I think whether people ask me whether the algorithm is discriminatory, but I think when you look at non-discrimination law, it is contextual. It is depending on the circumstance,
well,
whether it is discriminatory. So it's not something that you can measure, or not something that you can automate. So it's really important to be aware of that. So you can't defer that decision, that assessment, to a technical person.
Then I totally agree with you. Sorry, I just misunderstood. No, I think that the non-discrimination law is probably the hardest legal field to be active in. So last year I was invited to write an advice paper, small paper, to the Dutch Parliament about non-discrimination in an AI context. And boy, I almost fell off my chair. I mean, there's not only a lot of case law, but the case law is also about non-AI situations, but you have to somehow apply that to a modern situation. And what I also think what's really hard is that when we talk to each other and what someone says, I am discriminated, most of the time you think, yeah, that's illegal, that shouldn't be done. But from a legal perspective, discrimination, like I said in my opening speech, it's a relative right. So yes, some forms of discrimination are always forbidden, but there are also forms that can be justified. And that makes it really difficult that sometimes you feel, oh, this shouldn't be done, this is discriminatory, we should get rid of it. But if you ask a judge, the judge will say, yeah, well, okay, but in this situation, it can be done. So yeah, part of the advice paper, I dove in the also in the academic work. Maybe you know the name Sandra Wachter. She's active, I think, at Oxford University. She did a lot of academic papers, and if I understand her correctly, she says, yeah, well, you cannot eradicate bias in an algorithm. It simply cannot be done. She has several arguments for that, but that message we try to convey to the Dutch Parliament as well, because the Parliament said, I think it was even our Prime Minister, he said, I want zero discrimination in our algorithms. I don't want any of it. But we had to say to him, sorry, Mr. Rutte, yeah, of course, not literally, but we said, that's impossible, thanks to Sandra Wachter, we know this, and for other reasons. So our question to the politicians were, what level of discrimination are you willing to accept? And that's a really, not a nice discussion to have, but I think a really important discussion, because from my legal perspective, it's really hard to prevent harmful AI. And yeah, it's, like I said, it's the most difficult legal field that I know of.
If I may, yeah, please go ahead.
So Joost is touching on an interesting point, which is the role of politicians, which is something I would like to add something on. So in the Netherlands, you see a very clear shift, where at first politicians were like, okay, I'm not a technical person, I don't know anything about technology, so please leave the decisions regarding technology to the data scientists. We don't want to do anything, we don't even have a standpoint on technology. So this has really changed also due to the scandal Willy mentioned earlier. It has really awoken politicians to form a standpoint, political standpoint on the use of technology and data ethics. But the way they are getting involved is sometimes not very productive, because they might lack the knowledge to provide adequate control over technology. And that's also where education and training comes in, again, to provide these politicians with the right information to adequately control and steer technological developments within their organization. So that's also a development we see, and we see getting stronger. So I highly suggest stimulating your local politician even to get involved in forming a standpoint on digital technology.
Thank you. There was another question there.
Hi, I'm Judith, and I'm conducting an action research on menstruation tracking and the role of technologies. And so I'm interviewing a lot of people who use apps, for instance, to track their menstruation. And I'm also looking with them how they, if the apps don't exactly work like they want them to work, how they can contact the companies behind these apps and tell them, hey, can you change this maybe? For instance, one person that I interviewed keeps receiving this pop-up where it says, do you want to conceive? And she really doesn't, and she has very sensitive reasons why she doesn't. So she really would like that this this pop-up to disappear, which is so I have a really practical question. How can we empower users to successfully have some sort of meaningful contact with companies? Because now we together sent an email to this company and we got an automatic reply, which was like, we're working on our services right now. Please rate us on the app, so that's not very helpful for users. And so that's my question. How can we empower users to do this?
Joost, can you say something from the consumer perspective?
Yeah, the thing is that this topic is already dealt with by the GDPR if it comes to data protection. Data protection and processing activities. So yeah, you probably heard of the data subject and his or her rights. So from my perspective, I would say, this is not a problem at all. The law is already there. But yeah, I know as well, also from a personal experience, I sued T-Mobile. Because they used my location data or cell phone data to build apps, analytical apps, and I think, yeah, okay, sure, but they did it with the government and didn't tell anyone. I just learned it from the newspaper, so I was a bit, excited in the wrong way. I emailed them, and then indeed I recognized the story. At first, I had no reaction as well, and then okay. I'm going to tell them I'm a lawyer, and then yes, I get a response. And it takes a lot of time, so even if you can find a contact person, it takes a lot of time. I actually took them to court because my...
But she cannot take them to court, can she?
Yeah, you can. If you are the data subject yourself, you can. And of course, you have NGOs specialized in class actions, so they can gather all those complaints. And you can go to the court for several reasons, but you have to think about the costs involved. It's very costly, and also the duration of it. It took me almost 2 years, and I know my way around the court. So, and then I thought, if it's quite difficult for me, how is it for people who didn't study law or who are not a lawyer? So yes, the GDPR helps. Also, the GDPR says something about EU representatives. So if the app is built by an American or Chinese company or whatever, they should have someone in Europe which you can contact. And last but not least, the AI Act, because the AI Act is coming, the first act in the world that regulates technology, also on the level of the programmers. The programmers have to think about a lot of stuff when they are making AI in the near future. Just like you are building a product, now you're making AI. And the AI Act also has provisions on you should have a contact person available, etc. Yeah, so I think I don't have a really good answer to the question other than, yes, you have rights, and unfortunately they are really hard to enforce, but it is possible.
Okay. There's a next question, please.
Yes. Hi, I'm Fran. I work in applied machine learning in cybersecurity. I would like to start my question with an anecdote. So on an occasion, I got passed down a regulatory form from one of our clients in the financial sector about they had to report all the machine learning models in their environment, so we had to provide some information on that. I was kind of suggested to just, for any complicated stuff, to just say down it's proprietary, so it's easier. But I found the regulatory form actually quite well written. It covered most of the best practices. As someone who does his work well, I could basically give a decent answer on most questions without having to delve into actual proprietary stuff. So in the end I did, and the feedback I got was mostly about I didn't answer some questions, and I felt like the answers I did provide were not really evaluated, and they kind of focused on how if it's more filled out completely rather than what I actually answered. So my question is, even if we do our best about being open about our practices, do everything right, what is the capacity of some regulatory framework to actually evaluate and absorb the information we provide about our work?
And With regulatory framework, you mean something like the fundamental rights algorithm impact assessment, or any of the other 160 on the algorithm watch list?
I can answer on that. I think you make a very valid point, because all of these frameworks, whichever you choose, are self-regulation, basically. So there is no capacity to, have someone check if the answers are correct. And with ethics, it's a very new field, so correct is still under debate with what is correct and what isn't. So I think that's where oversight and inspection really comes in. That's the stage in which regulation or authorities, inspection authorities, should really step in and in their respective domains. You have so many inspection authorities in the Netherlands, all overseeing their field. They have a lot of domain expertise. They've built this expertise and knowledge for over decades. They should really also oversee AI and the use of algorithms and technology within their domains. They should be the ones qualitatively checking what companies and other organizations are doing, not just if they have filled out the form completely, but really look at the contents. What is happening in our domain? Is that happening in the right way? Does it harm human rights or fundamental rights? And what we're seeing in the Netherlands right now, I have no experience in other countries when it comes to inspection authorities, but we see that those authorities are stepping up and taking their responsibility, trying to keep oversight on AI. You have a couple of frameworks which they are using already. But it is difficult for them, especially in domains, in domains such as the telecom industry. They're very technology heavy already. So they have a lot of capacities to do these kinds of checks. But in other domains, like food safety, for instance, the people working at such an authority don't have any experience with, auditing AI systems. So that's really something that should be built up and should be formalized, that mandate.
But there's another point to it, and if I understood Joost correctly here, the GDPR really encourages organizations to develop their own maturity, to develop their own codes of conduct and adhere to them. So this is something that I feel across the board of our experts here today, that they really call for the development of a mature approach to artificial intelligence and data practices, and to develop that within any organization. And that does not have to be prescribed necessarily in detail by law. It is something that has to be embedded much more in detail into the practice in the respective organizations. So my questions to the panel would be, what is the next step in achieving that? Because everything you presented, there are good ideas, there are best practices we can point to. There is a legal framework that seems to be really helpful and encouraging, but what is the next step to actually make responsible data practice and AI possible?
Shall I start? Of course, I work at a university, so I'm very biased in saying that education obviously plays a big part. Not only educating students, for instance, data science students, but also professionals working in the field right now. Educating politicians, involving NGOs also in this. And really stimulating and encouraging that democratic control and deliberation. I think that's very important, and I'm sure you have a lot to add to this.
Well, I think, yeah, I agree. For me, the best thing to do now is to, especially when we are looking at high-stake algorithms, we should develop an inclusive, participatory, accountable, democratic approach to designing and building those algorithms. And well, we've done a pilot with the province of Friesland and with Roberto Sicari, trying to do the first steps. And it's really hard, it's really difficult, and there aren't a lot of examples. So I would really, love you to help us doing this, and well, yeah, proceed on that way. It's really important.
Okay, you clearly make a point here for the civil society, so media,
Exactly,
advocacy,
yeah.
and NGOs and educational institutions stepping in and contributing.
I've talked also to companies about this, and they were saying, "Oh, it's way too expensive, and it costs way too much time." And I understand from
Make
company
it profitable.
point, yes, but I think for us as a government, like I already said, we should set an example. And when we look at the childcare benefit scandal, well, I do think that well, those costs and the harm that has done that we can't undo, they are much larger. So it's well worth the investment.
Yeah. If you ask me what can we do, let me start with a bias I have. My bias is that NGOs are a bit too much reactive. So if there's an act published or ideas for an act, you have all the NGOs reacting, "Oh, that's stupid," or "That's hindering fundamental rights." And I think probably they are right. But the problem with that approach is that you do not set the tone. And I think if you start a discussion or open up a debate, it's really important to set the tone. And how do you do that? Just be the first party to draft the act. You can do that. You can do that together with parliamentarians, or if it comes to my idea of the code of conduct, you do it together with the businesses. But if you want to have influence, you start with the draft on your own, and you go to the companies, "Hey, we already made this. Also, it will save you time and thus costs, and we can make you an industry leader. Come join us." However, this is my bias, and if you think, Joost, what are you saying? NGOs are not proactive. Feel free to challenge me.
So there's the question right there. I don't know whether that responds to that, but please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Leva. Thank you so much. I come from an active NGO. But I had a question in connection to the scandals you mentioned happened in the Netherlands, and also to the fact that it's impossible by input data to fix the algorithms to make sure that they're non-discriminatory. So in your opinion, what's the right recourse, or is there an effective recourse system that can be put in place for people who are affected, discriminated by the algorithms and systems?
Shall I? Yeah. So great question. I mean, it's I try to connect it to a few things that were already said. For instance, the case in Roermond, the gentleman mentioned, where the police started to non-discriminatorily scan all cars approaching a certain shopping mall. It was Amnesty International that really did the investigation and put it onto the agenda of the public discourse. That was really helpful. In the case of the Dutch child benefit scandal, I would like to point out we always look at the technology here. But in that particular case, it wasn't artificial intelligence. It was probably a regression analysis that was carried out. There was no machine learning involved. But what we can learn from the case is that the context also matters. In that particular case, it was usually the political pressure that stopped people working on the cases to voice their concerns about the effectiveness of the rule-based algorithm, big word here, but that was applied. So I think to answer your question a bit, that all-encompassing approach should consider both technology and the social context. And the frameworks that we've seen today try to implement exactly that, to look at the developer's context of any digital system, whether it is a machine learning trained algorithm, or whether it is just a form of data analysis or a decision tree or whatsoever, and to look in particular in the use context. How is it used? How do you care about appeal processes? How do you deal with errors that are quite apparent? And that is something that was missing in the child benefit scandal affair, that there was no appeal process. There was no way to report the errors and have a response to that. So that would be my part on it, but maybe you want to add something from...
Yeah, I think I'm not an expert on the childcare benefit scandal, but I think, yes, the algorithm, it was faulty, it was discriminatory, but even if it hadn't been, the harm done would have been, yeah, also huge. Because when we look at how the predictions were being used and the interventions that were done, and those, we could have said people were being flagged as potential fraudsters and their benefits were stopped. We could have said, okay, this is a person who forgot to file a form or put a signature on a form. We can call them and we can tell them to correct their error. No, we didn't do that. We stopped their benefits. And also the predictions of the algorithm, they were being shared with other government agencies, and they were being reused in a completely different context, and new decisions being made upon those predictions. So, as I said before, we really need to look at the systemic level if we want to control these harms being done by AI. It's not enough to look at the algorithm.
And to add on that, what we've seen over the past 10 years in the Netherlands is that any change has been really driven by two things. On the one hand, the policy pressure coming from Brussels. So many municipalities started structurally thinking about the practices when the GDPR was approaching. That was the moment they really stepped up their game. And the other thing was errors that were reported in the media. So looking at the digital society, we really need a fourth estate that is tech savvy. We need a really good tech journalism that is capable in investigating this kind of our society and report on it in an effective and appropriate way. And I think we're lucky in the Netherlands that we have really some excellent tech journalists there and a vested interest of a public reading such coverage. And as for NGOs, so we've seen quite some shifts over the past 5 years. I mean, prior to this meeting, we discussed what has happened in those 5 years. And one thing is that we see NGOs also changing, that they start Amnesty International, for instance, concerning itself actively with issues of artificial intelligence and human rights. To what extent is that breaching? This is something that can really, I think, from the perspective of our position in academia, really help building a mature digital society where we have different stakeholders, a fourth estate that is tech-savvy and able to ask the needed and hard questions about how technology is used, is able to investigate that, even on a local level. Don't underestimate the local aspect. So in the Netherlands, we see algorithms really deployed on a local level, like social benefit fraud detection algorithms that are used by smaller municipalities and are developed by small and medium companies locally, not the big companies that we see there. So local journalism is here important as well, to ask questions about that. And then, most importantly, I think, the last mile after trained bureaucrats, people in our government sector, a legal sector that is robust. We need the last mile of stakeholders, the local electives, we would say. That's something that Iris tries to approach in her work in training elected people in municipalities. And that is something I believe would build a robust and mature digital society that can deal with these challenges. There's another question. So.
Yes, thank you. I work for a citizen engagement platform, and so most of our clients are from the public sector, but we also have private orgs, and we do use AI to summarize, categorize, and give insights about all the consultations that we organize for the clients. And as you say, it's extremely difficult to say whether, especially also because we use external services to do that, to say whether or not the algorithm is discriminatory and somehow it's also we as a tech subcontractor play a role into what tech we use and how transparent we are with the clients and the users. And so one way we kind of do for now, it's to also show on the platforms which decisions have been made or categorized or summarized by an AI service, so that at least the person knows that he needs to pay attention to potential bias or something else, and react to that. But in general, my question is then, what level of transparency and maybe traceability, and especially in the public sector, can citizen users or clients expect or should have to counter these potential bias and have a way to react? And so, yeah, what's the expected level of transparency? Is there something already in place for determining this? Or is it like on a per situation basis or something? Well, I would like to have your opinion on this.
Thank you. Excellent question. I think we had a letter by a Secretary of State demanding transparency unless otherwise. I start with our lawyer here. What can citizens expect in terms of transparency?
Well, I know there are a lot of methods around, and I don't know anything about it. Maybe really next to me, but oh, I see 5 minutes. No, transparency is an important topic. Why? Because without it, you wouldn't know, for instance, whether or not you are discriminated if you have no idea how the algorithm works. So to a certain extent, transparency is needed. In the upcoming AI Act, that's totally understood, and the legislator has some provisions about that. However, legislator also puts a lot of references to, are you aware of something called ISO norms? So those are technical norms about how you should, in this case, provide transparency. And you see that the legislator, I think, it's a person like me, once it gets too technical and too detailed, it says, well, go look at the delegated acts. So there will be, so you have the AI Act, but in the future we'll have a lot of surrounding delegated acts and ISO norms as well. And my expectation is that as part of those norms, you would know as an AI provider to what level of transparency you have to maintain. But so my answer is only yes, this is a known problem, and no, we do not know yet, we lawyers do not know yet the exact details on how transparent you have to be. Sorry.
I don't really have a better answer.
Oh, sorry.
I think, like with a lot of words, transparency is a word that we use quite often, but what it really means, that's very difficult. And when you start thinking about it, and when we are talking about transparent algorithms, you can think about, okay, the process should be transparent and accountable, and or you could say, well, the model and the behavior of the model needs to be transparent because, well, when we look at non-discriminatory legislation, we need to know how the model behaves and differences between demographic groups. And of course, when we are using the model for individual predictions and decisions, well, citizens, they want to contest those decisions and need transparency. So those are very different kinds of transparency, I think. So yeah, I don't have a good answer either. And I do think that, well, yeah, we need to dive into this. And I also think that the standards are really important, but that we should not leave that to a small group of people.
Lawyers.
No, well, not only lawyers, it's also people from industry. Actually, there has been some criticism on the development of the standards because it's not really a democratic process. So there should be more involvement, I guess, from government, from administrators, and from NGOs.
You have a minute.
There's just one small thing I wanted to add regarding transparency. since the 1st of this month, in the Netherlands, there's a national algorithm register in which all government organizations are asked to disclose the algorithms they use, which they have done. I think you can check it later, but I think there are over 200 on there now, which really means a huge step for public transparency. Everyone can just go on there and see what kind of algorithms are used, what their purpose is. So I'm very curious to see how that development will go in the future and if other countries will adopt the same practices. Thank you.
Well, we are at the end of this panel. Thank you all very much for being here and for the questions and the fruitful discussion we had. It has been a blast. Thank you all.
I'm really following us online, but for those in the room, I'm kindly happy to invite you for lunch out in the hall.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm fine. Just trying to understand because I had a previous call and my headphones were not working well. I mean, maybe both the microphone and the headphones, but now it seems to work fine. The camera is
wonderful.
on, right? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, then I think we don't need to test my whole presentations.
Perfect.
So I won't have anything like slides, so I would be only speaking without slides. So there won't be anything to share in terms of slides.
Awesome. Awesome. Cool. Yeah, I think I had hoped to share slides, but they said I think they can't support that in any case. So I think that's good.
Yeah. It will be like a discussion, so just a few minutes of everyone speaking. So yeah, I think unusual.
Great.
Okay. So we'll be so it will be in 2 hours our session. Not 2, but less than 2. Yeah, 3:30. Yeah, Central European time, right?
I'm not sure. I think I'm in this session that's coming up right at 1
Okay.
o'clock. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll be joining in at the right time.
Okay. Awesome. Have a good panel. Bye.
Thank you.
I didn't think it was going to work. Hello?
Hello.
Is this like, it's not projected anywhere, is it? Is that like a camera or something?
Yeah, you're projected here when you start.
Yeah, but where's the camera? Hello everyone, welcome. If you're coming for the session on sex work, we're starting now. Hello. So, nice to meet you all. It feels a bit like a high school, you know, like some kind of play or something with the lights and everything. So, nice to meet you. My name is Lucas Stevenson. I'm Director of Programs at the European Sex Worker Rights Alliance. We are a European network of around 100 organizations in 35 countries that work to protect the rights of sex workers. And I will be chairing the panel today. We have a session with really amazing speakers, sex worker rights activists, and researcher as well, who will join us online. I will present them briefly. I just wanted to set up the scene a bit before we get into it. First of all, thank you so much to Edri for having us here. It's really exciting. It's the first time, I think, that we have a whole panel on sex work at Privacy Camp, and it's a very important issue for us, and hopefully for you as well. So, ESWA, as I was mentioning, is a sex worker-led network. We have various priorities, including access to health, access to justice, racial justice, labor rights, decriminalization of sex work, and more recently, we started to focus as well on digital rights. So we know that the digital rights of sex workers are critical issues, which are often overlooked by policymakers and sometimes by other activists as well. And so when we try to put this panel together, we discuss of a title. I know when you try to put a session together, the title is the worst part, and you just leave it to the last minute, and you can't find it, and it's 2 minutes before the deadline, and you're like, okay, let's find something very clever. And so we were like, oh, in the eye of the storm, critical crisis, mythical crisis. And then later we realized the eye of the storm is usually the most quiet space of the storm. So our metaphor is a little bit limited, but actually if you look at us and how calm we are, maybe it does make sense. So what we meant by the title is that, you know, if you look at decades and decades of like policies and laws affecting prostitution or sex work, as we prefer to use it, the issue is that sex work has always been conflated with another issue, which we call trafficking in human beings. And so I want to just, before I give the panelist mic, I want to take you back to 100 years ago in 1910, where actually the League of Nations came up with the first one of the first international treaty. And I don't know if you know this, but one of the first international treaty was actually developed by the United Nations, so the League of Nations at the time, to tackle what was the biggest issue at the time, which was, I don't know if you know, maybe somebody know, what was the first treaty? White slavery. So the issue was that it was so critical to address the issue of white slavery that we had to have all these nations come together and create internationally binding treaties in order to address this problem. And by white slavery, what was actually meant was prostitution. And so when we look at the issue of trafficking and the way it's been framed internationally, it's always been an issue about controlling prostitution and controlling migration in particular. And it has from the beginning extremely racist undertone, if not completely overtly racist overtone. So if you look at in the US in particular, like Mann Act was also a law that was developed in 1910, the same year, in order to address prostitution. But this law was mostly used against black men to arrest them in order to, like, under the guise of like protecting white women from prostitution. So from the very beginning of the development of laws on trafficking, sex work and trafficking has been conflated. And 100 years later, 2022, what we see now, whether it's at the Council of Europe, the UN level, the European Parliament, this conflation of prostitution and trafficking continue to be affecting sex workers. And this is what we're going to talk about today, as well as other issues affecting sex workers. I think that's all I had to say as a setup. So the three panelists today, we first have the amazing Kali Sudra, who is a sex worker rights activist. She's also one of the board members of ESWA, and she will be speaking about her own personal experience, but also as well about FOSTA SESTA, which she will explain in more details. And we then have as amazing Eid Aydinalp, who is our program officer on digital rights. And it will discuss a bit the work we are doing at ESWA on digital rights, some of the key issues, and some of the successes that we had. And our final speaker, who will be on the screen, is Dr. Elisa Redmile from the Max Planck Institute of Software System. And I got the name right for once in my life. Elisa is a fantastic researcher. We've been collaborating on the research together. I really recommend reading some of the research Elisa has been developed with different partners. Very, very interesting on digital rights of sex workers. So I now give the mic to our first speaker, Kali. Thank you.
Thanks, Luca. Hey, everybody. Thanks for having me here today. So as Luca said, I'm a full-service sex worker, so the things that I've written today are from my own first-hand experience and also the experiences of other colleagues in the field. So I'd specifically, sorry, I'm going to read because I get really nervous. So I'm gonna read some of the stuff, and I will also look up and smile at your lovely faces. I would specifically like to address like how digital technologies are critical for sex workers, and how our access to these technologies is prevented, and how this impacts our health and our safety well-being. To explain this, I'm going to use the COVID crisis and how sex workers experience this health crisis as an example. And lastly, I'm going to talk about certain situations and the crisis rhetoric can be used to attack sex workers' rights, as we've been experiencing for years now. And if we look at how human trafficking is used as an excuse to criminalize sex workers and to cut their access to critical digital tools. So as many of you know, the COVID crisis certainly pushed many companies to accelerate to be digitalized, and it made us realize that it is crucial to have access to digital technologies in this time. I don't think anybody really could have predicted what was going to happen, but one thing that became clear with the COVID crisis is that the general population and sex workers both had a great need for digital technologies. It pushed sex workers to limits where we had to look for new ways of working, because it was especially noted where there was harsh lockdowns, where they shut down brothels and clubs, saunas, massage parlors, et cetera, et cetera. So we couldn't leave our houses and we had to go somewhere else. Many sex workers found, does this work? Yeah, it does. Sorry. Many of us found that that we had to find another way to find income. So a lot of us turned online. So big platforms like ManyVids and OnlyFans received a big influx of new people trying to find work as well, not just sex workers. A lot of people that had lost their jobs during the pandemic also were able to rely on sex work to help pay bills, because we weren't, it was a kind of unprecedented times. We didn't know what to do. And thanks to digital technology, sex workers had access to tools and were able to, sell erotic content or do shows or chat with their clients. And it was such a lifeline for most of us. So still during COVID, we realized a lot of our work could be digitalized, and a lot of sex workers are now being drawn even more to digital technologies than before. There are some pros to digitally mediated sex work. The first and foremost being less encounters with the police. As you probably know, sex workers have reported direct violence and abuse at the hands of police officers, harassment, intimidation, humiliation, extortion, just general physical and sexual violence. And further criminalization also of their jobs, arrests or accusations for other offenses. So having kind of like a layer, the internet, between us and the police. they're still there, obviously, criminalizing us, but we didn't have to see them in person was helped lower levels of violence. Also, another pro about working online is it was efficient and helped us save time. Sex workers could work from our home, a place that we knew, a safer environment, one that was familiar to us. It also helped us have safer sex by only having digital contact with clients. Helped us connect online with other communities of sex workers, have conversations about important safety concerns, such as warning other sex workers about potentially dangerous johns or time wasters. Sorry, time wasters are the worst. Any other sex worker will agree with me. It gave us a space to screen for clients. If you don't know what screening is, it's basically, just asking clients a few questions so you can have kind of like a digital trail. Maybe their ID, have their phone number or their address or whatever. This is kind of hard to do in person while doing street-based sex work. It's not impossible, but it's harder to do. Also online, it gave us a place where we can advertise our services and just put our policies, which saves us time instead of like having to tell everybody, it's just there on the internet. And then working online gives us the possibility to increase income, and then also allows us to have community with other sex workers, so having spaces to connect. And then the problems with digital sex work, in my own personal experience, I'm just going to mention two short ones. Financial discrimination. We must rely on financial services to get paid for our work. To do that, we must abide by the TOS, terms of service, that are always almost sex worker discriminatory. So it presents a problem if we can't use our... Also, it presents a problem by giving our really private information out. We have to use our real names to open up accounts, and it kind of puts us in a very difficult position. Big pay platforms like PayPal, for example, are super discriminatory against sex workers, and I'll go a little bit more into detail that after. And then online censorship, my favorite. For those of you who know that I have been censored on every single platform, even Tinder. So they censor me there too. No, but they censor me everywhere. So but censorship is a really big barrier to sex work, and it's also kind of a confusing barrier because of the algorithms that I personally don't understand how they work. I just know that they're very racist and that they go after marginalized identities for our own good, according to big platforms like TikTok and Facebook that openly admitted to censoring BIPOC not too long ago. The main problem about being censored, it seems like lots of people, when I've complained about being censored, people thought of kind of gaslit me. It's like that's not that big of a deal. It is, because if I'm not able to advertise for my service online, my work, I can't get a job, I can't pay the bills, etc., etc. It also pushes sex workers to the very limits and the margins. And so if you can't get work online, where do you go? You go to the street, which is where lots of sex workers face the most amount of violence is on the street. So it is a big deal, it's not just like some silly thing like, they deleted a post that I made about whatever. It's a really big deal, Some of the recent years, there's been heavier restrictions online, and we might ask, why is sex work so censored on the internet? It's a highly complicated question with complicated answers, but we could start to describe the why by explaining two bills that were passed in 2018. Sounds like a long time ago, but they're still having an effect in the United States, and they had an impact on sex workers and internet censorship in general worldwide. So you probably have heard of SESTA and FOSTA. They sound good in principle, but they're not that great. There's a Stop Enabling Sex Traffickers Act, which is SESTA, and the Fight Online Sex Trafficking Act, which is FOSTA. They are package bills that were passed in April of 2018 that made it illegal to publish sex online. They were designed initially to censor online content in order to curb sex trafficking. They are meant to amend the Section 230 of the Communications Decency Act, something that makes online services immune from liability of their users. And it would make Section 230 not apply in cases of sex trafficking. So before SESTA and FOSTA, I'm sure maybe you know this, but I'm going to tell you anyways. Websites and internet service providers were not held liable for their user-generated content posted on their platforms, including advertisement, comments, forums, etc., etc. Without this clause exempting websites from liability of their actions of their users, most websites couldn't afford to exist. They would just have to perpetually ward off potential legal actions based on inflammatory comments or unpredictable behavior of their users. By devoting endless resources to moderating everything their users did by simply banning users' activity altogether, by throwing millions of dollars at litigation costs. So now the owner of any platform that posts content involving sexual activity, including consensual sex work, can be sentenced up to 25 years in prison. So FOSTA and SESTA amends this to section 230 of the 1996 Communications Decency Act, and to allow prosecutors to penalize internet companies that promote or facilitate prostitution. So as a result of SESTA and FOSTA, major pages were shut down. One of the biggest ones that was shut down was one that was called Backpage. It was a website basically where you could advertise for your services and get contacted by clients. It didn't just help us meet resource needs, but also helped us stay safer, accessing community, being able to organize, those things that I said before about the pros of doing online sex work. So Backpage was a vital tool for sex workers, and shutting it down could be compared to that of a massive layoff affecting providers all around the world. It didn't just affect people in the United States. Taking away those tools obviously affected the most marginalized communities, like the BIPOC community and the 2S LGBTQI community, who are more likely to face unemployment and housing discrimination and more likely to rely on sex work to survive. One sex worker responded, Mr. Smatis, she said, "It's true that any system can be abused, but the idea that removing sites that is going to make someone who is going to sexually abuse someone say, never mind, is ridiculous. It's a child's view of the world." These bills have done so much damage to sex work because they've basically conflated sex work and trafficking, which are two separate things. It pushes us all into one corner, and the more that we use terms like teen prostitute instead of using the word trafficked teen, the less we're actually solving the problem that we claim to be, concerned about. Okay, so how am I doing for time? I'm running out of time now. Because SESTA and FOSTA created this kind of fake crisis, conflating sex work with trafficking or child trafficking, many websites were sent into a full-blown panic, and they didn't want to be conflated either or caught up in any legal stuff. So their response was, well, we're going to kick sex workers out or anything related to sex. So there was an outcry of anti-sex worker groups. Celebrities even jumped on the bandwagon, like Amy Schumer. Sorry, I won't get into her comment. It was ridiculous. And they were like, this outcry about like, what about the children? And if without these bills, child trafficking is going to run rampant. There's a lot of actions that took place to make sure that sex workers were deplatformed, but really little action to actually deal with the problem that they were supposedly concerned about. To date, actually this is really important, to date it's resulted in just one federal prosecution, according to the new report from the Government Accountability Offices, or the GAO. So basically there's been it's not been useful at all. And actually a lot of people that were pushing for this bill, to be passed, they gaslit sex workers saying this isn't meant to harm you, but they knew that it was going to harm us, even though we said it, and they haven't really even been public about this one prosecution because I think that they knew that this bill was just really going after sex work and not after trafficking because there hasn't been any kind of any update about how SESTA and FOSTA is working, et cetera, because it's not working. Another thing is payment processors have become really strict with anything that can be construed as sex work, and social media giants obviously decided to crack down on any material that can be interpreted at all, could get you deleted, even a sexual emoji. Because they really, Instagram or Meta said even emojis in sexual nature. And I'm like, which emoji is going to be sexual? You know what I mean? It was anything could be a sexual nature, some emoji smiling. I have no idea. The emoji that is a face, I have no idea, But anyways, that could get you deleted. So as I mentioned before, the digital sex work really was shaped from the passing of these bills. And what if SESTA and FOSTA have in common? Firstly, they put sex workers in danger. Secondly, they threaten the whole population in terms of privacy violations and encryption, as we heard in the chat before. And then they made it also complicated for anyone who marginalized identity to have a platform. Basically, these bills destroy our right to privacy, freedom, digital rights. They want to destroy all forms of encryption, and so nobody gets out unscathed. It's not just a sex worker issue; it's an everybody issue. Okay, sorry. How am I going? 2 minutes? Oh my God, okay. I don't like this at all. Okay, so not far behind System Fosta, OnlyFans followed suit to try to get rid of sex workers. If you don't know, OnlyFans is a platform that provides content for a subscription service, usually mainly used by sex workers, but also other people can exist on there. If you're a chef and you want to sell your recipes, great, good for you. No one's gonna pay for that, but sorry, OnlyFans could come sue me now. Before the pandemic, this site generated lots of income, but obviously during the pandemic, everyone's at home with, some disposable income and lots of time on their hands. People bought porn. Great, that's amazing. Sex workers helped build OnlyFans, essentially. OnlyFans would not be where it is today without sex workers having, broke their backs for them to be where they are. And it was a critical tool for us, And then OnlyFans was triumphing, booming in sales. Everything seemed really great. Meanwhile, there was lurking this crisis that we didn't know, sex workers didn't know. They came with an announcement this past August 19th that they would ban not this past one, the year before. That they would ban sexually explicit content on their main platform. Super shocking because, again, like I said, what were they thinking? Who's going to keep paying for? I mean, everybody that goes to OnlyFans is looking for specific sexual content and not recipes from some weird chef, So, anyways, basically they threatened to kick sex workers off their platform. Sex workers were outraged. ESWA was outraged, and then a few days later, they completely backtracked their statement. We're like, oh, we didn't mean it. We would never kick sex workers off our platform. They realized it was a big mistake. Obviously, they were going to lose billions of euros. And they weren't really clear. They were kind of shady. They said it was banks, basically. That was the reason why that they couldn't process the payments, which was later then they just magically found another bank to work with. They didn't publicly comment on who they were working with. But yeah, basically, this disaster is a very real crisis for sex workers and can be tied back to Sesta and Fosta. A lot of companies, adult companies, were feeling the pressure. MasterCard also put on tighter regulations in 2021 around any content that's sexual. So anyways, yes, OnlyFans. Okay, I'm going to read ESWA's statement and then I'm going to stop. So ESWA also published a statement after OnlyFans decided to try to ban us. ESWA strongly condemns OnlyFans' initial decision on imposing a ban on explicit content on the platform. This disturbing and unfair decision caused high levels of stress and uncertainty in the sex worker community. Although the suspension of explicit content ban can be considered a step in the right direction, there is an urgent need to address the underlying reasons of exclusion of sex workers from digital platforms and financial services. Among other things, ESWA demands that digital platforms revoke anti-sex work policies and make public apologies to sex worker communities. OnlyFans kind of made a half-assed apology. They didn't really care that we were really stressed out. And so despite having to deal with a fake crisis, the conflation of sex work and trafficking, amongst a real crisis, COVID, sex workers wouldn't receive any money from the government, we didn't disappear after these bills. Instead, we've globally mobilized sex workers in massive numbers. We've created new community-based organizations based on our needs and have done lots of research. And during the COVID crisis, we received little or no help from the government. We created mutual aid projects across the globe. We've come together in unprecedented situation to support each other and make sure that we don't get left behind. So to summarize, sex workers greatly rely on digital tools to have safer working conditions, and the removal of sex workers from these platforms and tools only puts us at a greater risk of harm and precarity. We need to be listened to when we're talking about grave laws being passed about our work, because bills like Sesta and Fosta had years of damage in our community and continue to harm us. They could have been prevented if sex workers were centered in these conversations. So going forward, we need to make greater efforts to make spaces for sex workers' voices and lived experiences of discrimination.
Thank you very much, Kelly. What? Oh, no, it's okay. And you will realize that Kelly is one of these rare sex workers. When you book for 15 minutes, you get 25 minutes. So that's really why we love Kelly's professionalism and dedication to the cause. Let's see if Eat is the same. So now Eat, who is our program officer at ESWA. Thank you, Kelly.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much, Kelly, for this very fun presentation. So my name is Yiğit, and I am the program officer at ESWA, responsible for our digital rights program. And this is first time as well participating at Privacy Camp, so I'm very excited. Thank you so much, Adri, for organizing this amazing event and inviting us. And I must say, I thought it was very fitting for Adri to set this year's theme as the constant state of crisis, and also point out that the digital is critical. Especially from sex workers' point of view, because we feel like this constant state of crisis is the usual way of living and just the normal state of the world if you're a sex worker. The infrastructures and tools that are critical to sex workers are constantly being attacked by actors who do not only use legitimate crises as opportunities to push their agenda of excluding and criminalizing sex workers, but also construct crisis for the same purpose, as Kelly mentioned. And sex workers always had a very closely knitted, very intimate relationship with technology. I mean, throughout the history, sex workers were one of the early adopters of new communication technologies in order to, communicate with their clients and advertise their services. So sex workers used both print media and, audiovisual media very fairly early on, which these sex workers then became one of the first adopters of internet. So in a sense, they helped develop the first versions of internet as we know it. So there has been many benefits of digital tools for sex workers, and today they are definitely like an inseparable part of how sex work is conducted in Europe and globally, actually. However, simultaneously, sex workers are being stripped away of these very important tools. Kali already mentioned her experiences as a worker and how platforms like OnlyFans, for example, are critical for sex work, and how this critical tool is being taken away from sex workers by companies who constantly undermine sex workers' rights and exclude them from their services, even during actual state of crisis such as COVID. Of course, private actors often base their actions that undermine sex workers' rights on the existing legal frameworks. And these legal frameworks, or the lack of appropriate legal protection for sex workers, are the enablers of companies and platforms' discriminatory and harmful policies. So as mentioned, for example, Fosta Sesta is a good example of how the rhetoric on the human trafficking crisis is utilized and hijacked by anti-trafficking organizations in collaboration with right-wing evangelists in the US to deplatform sex workers, leaving sex workers no space to breathe, no room for self-expression, and no possibility to generate income. And so all Fosta Sesta did was to put sex workers' livelihoods, health, and safety in danger. And the conflation of trafficking and sex work is detrimental to fundamental human rights of sex workers. And we have seen this repeatedly happening over the years. For example, some politicians keep referring to sex work advertising platforms where sex workers put their ad and contact with their clients. So it's the online workspace of sex workers. We see again and again politicians referring to these websites, these essentially important websites, as trafficking websites. So this is, of course, purposeful framing of these workplaces as something that they are not. Instead of acknowledging the importance of an actual purpose of these platforms, they are framed as trafficking websites to manipulate public opinion, to get these platforms to shut down. So it's an ideological war on sex work and pornography that unites certain branches of feminist movement and right-wing extremists, which is mind-blowing. We believe that abusive working conditions can happen in any sector. Work can be degrading, and workers may find themselves in exploitative working conditions, no matter what they do. So the difference here is that workers normally have rights that they can pursue, right? Because sex work is not recognized as work and is heavily criminalized. When this abuse happens in sex industry, sex workers have nowhere to go. So for us, the real way to fight the exploitation in the sex industry is therefore to grant rights to sex workers, like New Zealand does. And very recently, Belgium took a step towards the criminalization of sex work, which we upload. Of course, sex workers' rights are also attacked by those with no apparent agenda of criminalizing sex work. And in these cases, the harm mostly arises from actors who might have good intentions, however, due to lack of engagement with sex workers and other marginalized populations, sex workers end up being collateral damage in the policymaking process. So a fairly recent example of this was the Digital Services Act, where the European Greens proposed an amendment with the support of victims' rights organizations working on the issue of image-based sexual abuse, so non-consensual sharing of images. And Amendment 24B, that's what it was called, if accepted, would have made it mandatory for platforms that host user-generated pornographic content to verify users by collecting their phone numbers and verified email addresses so that police could track down the potential perpetrator based on the data they provided. So image-based abuse is certainly an important issue to tackle, and it is part of a wider structural problem, which is violence against women. And it is also a fact that many sex workers are victims of image-based abuse. It can be, clients downloading and distributing our images or using them to blackmail sex workers and for extortion. It can be other platforms and websites that collect and curate erotic content, stealing, sex workers' pictures from their own website to put their own website to drive traffic, basically. So it's a problem that is highly relevant to sex workers, but we fought against this amendment for several reasons. First of all, we advocate for data minimization, especially when working with marginalized communities. Increased data collection and processing is a threat to privacy, and as well as community research on privacy, as well as other many research, shows that protecting privacy and data is crucial to ensure the safety of sex workers. Privacy acts as a protective barrier, and when privacy is lost, sex workers report that they experience harassment, blackmailing, lose their accommodation, and face threat of deportation. Secondly, there was no reason to believe such additional data collection measures would prevent image-based abuse. The fact is that the vast majority of porn platforms are already collecting horrifying amounts of sensitive data. Like Kelly said, when sex workers are registered on these platforms, they have to send their passport copies, they have to send their ID copies, they have to send their selfies in order to show the platform, look, it's me. And they have to sign consent forms with their real names. So all these horrifying amounts of sensitive data is collected and stored by the platforms. So it wasn't clear for us how collecting even more data of sex workers would actually, stop image-based abuse if collecting the passport copies didn't stop the image-based abuse. Finally, as I explained, sex workers are one of the populations to experience image-based abuse, and it is their online workplace this amendment directly aimed to regulate. So in this case, it was clear for us that sex workers should have been consulted as priority stakeholder, but that wasn't the case. We also argued that the non-consensual sharing of images occurs on every platform online, and it is not limited to porn platforms. So this amendment ended up being discriminatory against sex workers. At that time, we were saying, following their logic, it would make more sense to ask every internet user to disclose their sensitive data on every platform. But unfortunately, of course, we didn't want this. But now there are concerning policy proposals at the EU level that threaten the privacy of everyone and not just sex workers, which is, one of them is child sexual abuse regulation. So as I'm sure many of you heard of this proposal, even if you are not directly working on it, European Commission prepared a proposal that will allow service providers to scan private conversations in order to supposedly detect child sexual abuse material and prevent the further distribution of this material. And through this regulation, once again, we see the trend of pitting fundamental human rights such as right to privacy against important issues like the protection of minors continues. In addition, we again see the over-reliance and over-trust in technological solutions to tackle structural societal problems. As sex worker rights network that work on topics like privacy and data protection of marginalized communities, we are extremely worried about this regulation because it is not currently in line with fundamental human rights. And the use of automated systems to detect such content, we believe is going to create lots of false positive results, which will increase the chances of sex workers becoming in contact with police officers, which are one of the perpetrator of violence against sex workers. And it is also very damaging to the human psyche to feel like every move you take is surveilled by private corporations and governments alike, even if the part of your identity or the work you do is not criminalized, like sex workers. What this regulation tells us is that it's very bleak, I think, that we are not able to find ways to tackle these issues and manage crisis without treating some portion of the population as collateral damage. So CSAM regulation is nothing less than mass surveillance practice for us, which doesn't even do much in terms of protecting children. And we find it very disproportionate. And there is no legal basis for imposing this level of surveillance on everyone without reasonable suspicion. Finally, I'm going to just mention one national level development that is very concerning and that uses this crisis rhetoric that politicians love to use, which is online safety bill in the UK. So this so-called online safety bill in the UK is a prime example of how legitimate intention of protecting children from online harm is again utilized to increase online surveillance to further push online service providers to discriminate against sex workers. So it is very similar to the FOSTA SESTA actually, and the impact it will have will be again very similar to FOSTA SESTA. So it essentially makes sex work content, it defines sex work content as harmful content. And there's a line in the bill saying that controlling prostitution for gain is a criminal activity. But controlling prostitution for gain is interpreted very widely in the criminal courts. Our member organization in the UK, the English Collective of Prostitutes, reports that some women have been prosecuted under this offense just for helping a friend, for example, build a website or place an advert online. So companies who aim to avoid any potential liability will make the move to deplatform not only sex work content and sex workers' accounts, but possibly all erotic and sexual content. So the result will be as devastating as FOSTA SESTA. So to recap and finalize, I just want to make 3 points. First of all is, so there are legitimate crises that we are facing today, and it is crucial to have a robust policy landscape that seeks to address these very important issues. However, we should be aware that when there's crisis, there are always people who use those crises to exploit our feelings to push their own agenda. We should therefore have a very critical mind when we are facing politicians and other actors who use overly emotional and alarming language to push for their agenda, such as increasing surveillance, for example. My second point is that tackling techno-solutionism is very important for us. We are aware that technology has a very important space when we are trying to come up with solutions to our problems. However, techno-solutionism we see today is, especially in the policy making, is like, okay, we build this fancy algorithm, or we collect lots of more data, and then everything will be fine. We don't have to do anything else. Obviously, it doesn't work. We are therefore advocating for structural solutions that address the root cause of societal problems. So technology won't have a meaningful impact unless we try to tackle racism, poverty, talk about borders, and lack of education. For sex workers, for example, the starting point is the decriminalization of sex work, which would grant labor rights to sex workers and help effectively fight human trafficking, violence, and exploitation in the sex industry. Finally, ethical, inclusive, and fact-based policymaking is needed more than ever. Today, there is a lack of ethical policymaking at both national and EU level, where policies are being drafted, amendments are put forward, like DSA, without doing the exercise of mapping out stakeholders and to then initiating conversations with these stakeholders. Only by being truly inclusive, we can lay out effective laws. It is also equally important that the different stakeholders in an issue talk to one another and actively seek ways to collaborate. To this end, ESVA has initiated a process that aims to tackle image-based abuse issues collaboratively with other stakeholders, for example. And as the first step of this process, we partnered up with Max Planck Institute in a research project that Elisa will discuss, I think, next. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much, Eat. We can talk a bit more after as well about some of the program we are doing. I'll mention as well this multi-stakeholder dialogue we will be developing with Adri as well, and Elisa will be part of. And I now give the floor to Elisa. Thank you.
Thanks, Luca. Thank you. I will end up echoing in some ways a number of the things that have been said before me. So as Luca had introduced, I'm a faculty member at the Max Planck Institute, and I run a research group where we have been working with sex working communities and looking at the role of digital technology in sex work for the past 5 years. And I come out of the field of computer security, and so what brought me to this work was feeling like the tools that we with different types of sex workers all around the world to understand sex workers' safety goals, the risks they're facing, their strategies for coping with those risks. And the goal of our work is really to try to understand how technology can stop hurting and start helping people achieve their labor goals. And so some of our initial work started out with in-person workers in Germany, Switzerland, and the UK, and then has progressed to look at folks who are doing either in-person or digital-only work in the US and in other regions around the world. In addition to looking at kind of folks' labor practices and the role of technology and safety technology, and in that, we have also done a bit of work on understanding kind of the harms and measuring the efficacy of some of the anti-trafficking solutions that are out there. So to offer one example, in the United States in particular, as well as in other regions, there was sort of this idea that, oh, if we, do these unsolicited text messages, so if we scrape sex worker advertisements, we put that data in a database, and then we text people, and by we, I don't mean us, but we being some organization, we text people and we ask, hey, are you being trafficked? That maybe this would be a good way of stopping trafficking. And as might be intuitive, this is not a good way to stop trafficking. And the organizations that do this themselves say that they get less than a 5% response rate to these texts. And also, of course, this scraping is a privacy violation, and it can be quite dangerous for folks, right? So folks are not always sole owners of their phones, and the person they share a device with may or may not know that they're doing sex work. And so getting one of these texts leaks that information. The texts are often also very stigmatizing and harassing and might have religious information in them, all of which can be triggering and uncomfortable and emotionally harmful. So there are a lot of harms that can come from this kind of outreach and also very little benefit, even per the organizations themselves. And a lot of times the data that gets scraped is actually sold to nonprofits. So people are kind of profiting off of this scraping of sex workers' information. So that's sort of an example of work that we do where we'll work with the impacted community to kind of understand, how is this harming you? And then try to convince technologists not to do these kinds of things. On the positive side, we also partner with organizations like ESWA on topics like intimate image abuse, as Eat was introducing. So before we get to talking about our current work on intimate image abuse, I wanted to touch on a couple of findings from kind of the hundreds of interviews that we've done with sex workers over the years. The first is sort of largely echoing what Kali and Yeet have mentioned. Sex workers, right, are forced to use technologies and platforms that don't take into account their business or privacy needs. And as someone who came out of the US originally, I sometimes got pushback that was like, oh, well, the work people are doing, isn't legal here. And so, maybe it's okay that platforms don't support it. Right, but a lot of the workers that we work with, right, and this won't be a surprise in the European context, are working legally, are paying taxes, are registered to work where they are, and yet they still can't use digital payment technologies, or they still get kicked off of Airbnb, even if they're using 3 different phones where one of them is dedicated for Airbnb to try not to get kicked off. And that's really kind of an imposition of one particular kind of framework, which certainly I disagree with, but still it's an imposition of one country's framework on other countries and other workers in those countries. And so it's really kind of not the case that, at least as far as I can see, there's a justification for not taking into account people's business needs, let alone safety and privacy needs for their work. And so examples of issues that we've seen facing workers, as mentioned, are deplatforming from all different kinds of platforms, regardless of the legal status of the work being performed, folks being outed or doxxed, being harassed, which can spill into real life, right? So it's not the case that just because something happens online, it never makes it into kind of real world context. It absolutely does. Financial harm, particularly from deplatforming from financial platforms, content theft, as we've mentioned, and then also burnout, right? And this is something that has been touched on a little bit in this panel, but of course the pandemic made a huge change in how people were doing labor, both for folks who are already doing sex work as well as for folks who came into the industry during the pandemic. And while kind of echoing Kali's notes, you know, folks were safer from distance from police and distance from kind of physical interaction, we also see that it changed people's digital portfolios. So they were telling us, well, you know, compared to when I was doing, say, only in-person work, I'm finding that I have to be online on more platforms. I have to be sharing kind of more content. People are wanting to have like a richer online persona for me. And I might be having to be like a little bit more explicit or more visible online. Like maybe I used to be able to not show my face, but now there's so much competition in this online only space and a little bit of difference in sort of what folks are looking for, that's a much harder thing to make viable business-wise. So people are kind of finding themselves more online in more places, putting more content, being more explicit, and that raises some of the digital concerns that you might have, particularly around like content theft, right? Finding your content places that you don't want it to be. And so a couple of quotes we've had from participants that maybe give a little bit of color to these experiences are, in one of our studies, a participant said, you know, I took a selfie in a public restroom and I uploaded that to a social media site. And there was a guy that went to the same bathroom and posted a selfie of him in that bathroom directly under mine, like, I know where you are. And so that kind of stalker things are the ones that make me more scared. Another participant said, you know, the platforms or platforms in general are this thin ice that I'm walking on. And at one point it's going to break and everything's just going to go, you know, to hell. And I'm going to fall through. And this is sort of a common sentiment among hundreds of people that we've talked to, is these platforms are thin ice, and they also sometimes are facilitating harms like the first one, right? They're really showing your content to everyone, which in some ways is good, and in other ways is not so good because people don't always behave in the way that we wish toward other people. So our goal is to change how technology is built in order to try to improve safety. And we do this through a number of different partnerships, but the one that I'll touch on today is the work that Yeet and Luca mentioned, which is a set of research and design projects to try to develop features for preventing intimate image abuse. So intimate image abuse has probably what I'd say like 3 different components. And what we are focused on is folks who are consensually producing images, whether for recreation, so like sexters, or for labor, like digital sex workers. And so they're consensually creating the image. We're not focused on kind of non-consensual where there's like secret recording, et cetera. Consensually creating the image, they're sharing it somewhere, posting it somewhere, but then they're finding that image being spread outside of wherever they initially posted it, right? And I think there's sometimes this misconception that's like, oh, if you've posted your image on OnlyFans, you must be okay with it appearing anywhere else on the internet. And that's not true, right? Both because you consented to have it typically behind a paywall for your subscribers on OnlyFans, or in the case of recreational folks, on a particular platform, one-on-one chat, group chat, whatever it was. And two, in the case of content for commercial purposes, it's theft, right? If someone takes your content and posts it somewhere else, you're losing money because they're getting the money from people buying your content or from the clicks or the ads or what have you. So you both have the emotional and privacy violation with potential kind of physical harm stemming from that. And you have financial harm because this is theft. And so in this work, what we have done is thus far, we've conducted 57 interviews with different groups of folks. So we've done interviews with sex workers and with sexters, and about half of each of our interviews with those groups have been with folks who are victim survivors of intimate image abuse. And then we've also spoken with organizations that support victim survivors. So these are organizations that people might turn to after they've had images stolen from them. And the organizations will work with them to help support them in reporting the content, trying to get it taken down, and they may also provide kind of mental health and other support services. And our goal in these interviews is to understand very much the technological aspects. So sort of like what technologies are people using to create, store, and share their images? What are their kind of current defense strategies, if they have any, for these kinds of attacks? And then what are their dream kind of design features? How would they like the technologies to work in order to better protect their content? And that's something that folks sometimes have really clear ideas about, and other times they have really clear concerns, but not necessarily clear design ideas. And that's sort of where our role as researchers is to come in and try to figure out how might we prototype things that might work for folks, and then we come back to the community to do what's called participatory design, where we kind of co-design and co-create tools that may be useful, and then eventually bring in technology platforms or technology designers to really figure out like, how do we get this into the technology? And so our results in this project are sort of still emerging. We're still actively doing work, but I'll share out some of the highlights that we have so far. The first thing we learned from the 57 interviews we've done is that really any technology that you can use to send and store images or videos is being used for intimate content. So this could be anything at all, from like Dropbox to local storage on a device to Discord to Kik to very specific messaging platforms in a particular country to Reddit, like anything that you can use for image and video capture, storage, and sharing, folks are using. And people are scared about their fears around having intimate image abuse happen are around, embarrassment from things coming out, being blackmailed, being outed. This could be outed as a sex worker or outed in terms of your sexuality or your gender. People are afraid of or have been doxxed. And then also, of course, financial loss for folks who are selling their images and videos. And at a high level, one of the things we see from a technology side is image and video data is really treated with insufficient sensitivity, right? So a lot of times the protections for image and video data are basically the same as text data, but image and video shares a lot more personal information and has a lot more sensitivity, particularly given that people aren't kind of using, one of 3 platforms for intimate content. They're using every platform. And so that means that image and video content on every platform is sensitive, and the resharing of that content is sensitive. And there's this theoretical idea in academia of contextual integrity, which is basically that people's kind of privacy concerns are very much focused on who I shared it with, why I shared it, and who I expect to be able to receive it outside of who I shared it with. And so this is sort of a perfect case study where people are intending to share content, even non-intimate content, with a particular audience, and then finding it in a completely different audience being used potentially for a different purpose than whatever their intent was originally. And that's very violating. So how are people trying to defend themselves? They are removing identifying features from their images. So this might be face, tattoo, etc. They're also doing screening and vetting, right? Kali kind of mentioned screening and vetting for in-person work. People are doing the same thing for sharing images. They're also kind of creating like hierarchies of trust based on how well they know someone or know a particular client or a friend or whoever it is, or a particular group, to figure out what they're willing to share kind of at different levels of that trust. One of the things that's come up is, how do I handle kind of expiration, right? Sometimes I trust you and then you violate my trust. There's currently no way to really get my content back from you, right? Or to kind of continually be checking in on whether I still feel the same way about this particular sharing space or interaction as I did, 3 months ago. The other thing that people are doing is they're resigned, right? They're telling us, well, I just assume that my content is public and I just sort of operate with that assumption. And I'd say there's a lot of sort of internalized victim blaming that folks are sort of exhibiting, where they're like, oh, well, I guess it's my fault, if I choose to share content or I choose to do this kind of labor. And that sort of victim blaming is also in a way encoded in the technology, right? By this sort of assumption that like, well, we're not going to do anything to sort of protect your content. It's just going to go wherever. And, it's your fault if you shared it, instead of putting the responsibility on the platform for saying, no, it's your responsibility to make sure my content stays where I shared it, which is on your platform and not somewhere else, or in this particular conversation on your platform and not somewhere else.
Elisa?
So to that end,
okay, we just have a couple minutes more for your presentation, so then we have 15 minutes for the Q&A, okay? Thank you.
Perfect. Yes, we're on the last slide. So the dream designs that folks had focused around being able to automate metadata removal, right? So folks didn't necessarily want people to be able to look in the metadata for an image or video, which you can do, and see kind of the location where it was taken, the timestamp, etc. People want this both for privacy and also because if you are doing commercial work, you may want clients to think that an image was just taken when you might have done it as part of a photo shoot, a few days ago. People also want flexibility in how they are able to control their data depending on different levels of trust. They would like content tracking, as well as detection of content appearing elsewhere and notification about that. So really trying to kind of automate this flow. And they would like safer storage. There really has not been a lot of emphasis on tools or platforms really to support this use case at all, but particularly to support storage. And so I'll close with a quote from one of our participants in this work who said, I would like to have full control on what I'm posting on these apps, when the elements for controlling data appear, how on a general page or a private one. I would like to protect metadata and ensure that my account is safe. I would like, one of those options when people can't right click on our pictures. All of these are reasonable and many of them are relatively simple technical requests, right? And so, what can we do on this problem? What we can do on this problem is view sex workers and everyone who creates and shares intimate images as stakeholders, users, and creators who have digital rights, who have privacy needs, who have intellectual property rights, not as criminals or victims or spam, right? These are stakeholders who are core users of your platform and folks who ought to be supported in their rights as users and content creators. And with that, I'll hand it back to Luca.
Thank you so much, Elisa. And Elisa's slides will be available, I think, on the Privacy Camp website. They were really good slides, but we couldn't show them. So we have a little bit of time for a few. We do? Oui, 10 minutes? Okay, so we have around 20 minutes for like either questions to the audience and to the speakers, or comments maybe. I don't know if there are more mics, so I give this one.
Please raise your hand. Come past the microphone. Okay.
Hi. Yeah, my name is Etienne. I work for Amnesty International. I have one question that I would like to know how much you see the growing religious integrism that is in the US now with the attacks against abortion at the core of a lot of things, because it seems that a lot of things come from the US, and if that changed depending on the platform, especially where the platform is from. Oh, sorry. Yeah, how much the growing like religious integrism that there is now in the US, and we see the attack against abortion, how much that is at the core of the foster and ancestor laws, and how much that affect platforms differently based on where they are from.
Hello? Yeah, okay. Yeah, completely. I mean, obviously, a lot of the people that were anti-sex work also happen to be super pro-family and what about the children. So, I mean, yeah, we did see that as a big impact. And obviously, whatever is in the States, people think like, oh, yeah, it's only American, it's only going to affect Americans. But it did have a worldwide impact because, I mean, people were allowed to use Backpage all around the world, and actually it was used a lot in Europe as well. So yeah, I would say that, I mean, we did see that big connection, and a lot of those anti-sex work people also happen to be like anti-abortion. It kind of seems like all mixed in together. They also happen to be anti-trans. I mean, like I always say that it's really impossible to be sex work exclusionary radical feminists, what they call themselves. They think they're radical feminists. And it's impossible to be like a sex worker exclusionary radical feminist and not be transphobic. So then you're also kind of a trans exclusionary radical feminist or whatever they call themselves. So yeah, SWERFs and TERFs kind of go hand in hand. And the same thing with like people that are anti-abortion also happen to be, you know, I mean, you're against any of like a person having full capacity over their bodies and deciding what they can do. So obviously it makes sense that those things are tied, I think. Or Luca, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think there's like a growing amount of evidence about the like impact of religious groups on like reproductive rights, in particular, you know, right to abortion, etc. And there's less information about like the relation with sex work, but we have like lots of evidence. For example, in the UK, you got an organization called CARE, Christian Action Research and Education, which is like £1 million funded religious organization who's doing direct lobbying to the UK government. And for example, they were supporting bills to criminalize the clients of sex workers, but they're also pushing for like, you know, repeal of like gay rights or trans rights and reproductive rights, etc. As well, like Kelly was saying, is that it's really shocking for us. Like often we put the blame on like part of the feminist movement when it comes to criminalization of sex work in Europe. And we know that feminist organizations have a big impact on, in particular, the Swedish model. Like the Swedish model is the model where clients are criminalized in order to abolish prostitution. But actually we know that these laws wouldn't be passed if they were not supported by a big part of like religious groups and right-wing and left-wing parties. So if you look at Ireland, for example, in Ireland, the main organization that is providing services to sex workers currently is called Ruhama. Ruhama is a religious organization who has the same nuns on the board than the Magdalene Laundries. So we don't have time to go into Magdalene Laundries now. I don't know if you know anything about it. Magdalene Laundries were a religious institution for fallen women during like the beginning of the century until the late 60s, I think. And they were responsible for like lots of traumatic, like I don't know if you, Laurence, you want to speak about it. Like there is really like still a very clear link between religious institutions such as Ruhama in Ireland or Mouvement d'Uni in France and many others, and other organizations that push for criminalization and then directly benefit from it because then the government makes funding available. And now in France, where we are like so loud about secularism and basically so Islamophobic, so certainly there's no problem to work with like Catholic organization in order to like criminalize sex work. And I feel like the main one, if you want to look into it in the US, if you look at Exodus Cry is unbelievable. Is this like extreme religious organization who does things such as praying against trafficking, where they organize global prayer against trafficking, where we also ask for donation, and then use this money. And Exodus Cry is one of the actors responsible for the whole campaign against Pornhub, and what Kelly was saying about OnlyFans, like the whole push to have MasterCard stop working with OnlyFans, for example, is by Exodus Cry and other actors like Ashton Kutcher, whatever his name is. Kushner, I don't know this guy. Okay, anyway, that's my rant. Laurence? Oh, there were more people? Sorry.
please identify yourself.
Yeah, I have been identified already. You're the processor in this case. Hi, I'm Laurence from DFF. And my question is because, Luca, you mentioned in the, at the beginning the racist origins of the abolitionist movement as well. How the question of like access to digital rights is also to be differentiated in relation to race, but then also to access to legal documents, because a lot of the things you said also, Callie, is how people need to identify and give their passport and things like that. And I just wanted to hear more about like how that might also be exclusionary to people who can't do that for obvious reasons. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, collection of ID copies and passport, it's a real problem that we are actually quite against this kind of, this way of age verification. Age verification is important, yes? So we all agree on that, definitely. So we want our workspaces, including online workspaces, to be as safe as possible. However, there are no different ways to verify age at the moment that platforms use, and the easiest option to go for is, of course, let's just collect all the data we can, and then we can then store this data however we want, and then we can use this data however we want. We have no idea how they do that, but it does end up excluding actually mostly migrants and individuals who are in the migration process. They may have lost their passport, or they don't have the right work permit. For example, some platforms even go beyond asking for ID copies. They ask for work permits, like they want to see your work permit, especially if you're a person of color. So if your photo is not white enough, they have the incentive to ask more questions like this. And it is a real problem that excludes migrants from basically generating income, which makes them more vulnerable then to violence, and then they have to go to pimps, or third parties who facilitate the sex work for them because they can't do it by themselves. So yeah.
Sorry. And also, again, like you said, that this like differentiated access also to the internet. One of the things I didn't have enough time because I was being pressured to say during the crisis is that also there was a lot of sex workers that couldn't access the internet. I mean, because maybe they shared a flat where they had a lot of other people they were sharing the flat with, or people that just didn't have access or the funds to have these platforms. But again, like you said, the platforms do require that you be legal, that whatever that fucking means, to be able to access a platform. So even if we were, like, for example, in a country like Switzerland, Brussels, Belgium, oh my God, Brussels is a country. Belgium or New Zealand, where sex work is decriminalized, you still have to be legal to, migration is still criminalized. So you still have to be legal to, able to access those platforms as sex workers. So we see decriminalization still has, it's not all that glamorous, because again, it still leaves out the most marginalized people, which are migrants. So yeah, even in countries like Belgium or New Zealand, still have this problem again, even if you have OnlyFans or ManyVids, you can't have it unless you have a passport that's in vigor or a work permit.
We're having, like it's in some of the reports, so mentioning here, we have a couple of reports on privacy and censorship written by ESWA. And I think there was some specific example of undocumented migrants who want to be able to advertise in a country like the UK, for example. So in the UK, you have a main platform called Adult Work, where tens of thousands of sex workers are advertising, and it's the main way to make an income if you work in the sex industry in the UK, at least on digital platform. And undocumented migrants need to find a way to advertise there. So what they would do, some of them would find a third party and say you know what, I'll do it for you. I'll find a way to hack the system, to use a fake ID, etc. But I'm going to take 30% of your income, and I will decide this information on your platform your rates, for example, or when you work, etc. And we are talking with sex workers, we are saying like, we're not able to get out of this because I only wanted to sell sex for a few months, and now my advertisement is still there, and I'm still receiving fund, etc., from clients, etc. So I think there's a real issue where all these laws, even the laws that are like defined as like trafficking, or in Germany the Protection Act, all these laws are designed to protect sex workers, but are never developed with sex workers, and in particular with marginalized, migrant, racialized, LGBTQI sex workers who are more at risk. And often these laws that are meant to protect us, without talking to us in the first place, are actually making us more vulnerable and more at risk of exploitation by third parties in particular. And there's a lot of similarity with like many of the discussion we have around like undocumented migrants in general. If you want undocumented migrants to be safe, just make it easier for migrants to come here. There is no other way for migrants to be safe. Making it more difficult by creating like more like less pathways to come to Europe in particular will make it like more risky for migrants. And it's exactly the same for sex workers and platforms.
5 minutes. Last question.
Yeah.
5 minutes.
Yeah, last question?
Yeah, last question.
There's a few more questions.
Just one more.
One more.
Okay, you. Please identify yourself.
Yeah, okay. Hi, I'm Ali Sibai from Heinrich Busch Stiftung. I just want to ask if, since like during the COVID pandemic, again, since sex workers have adapted or adopted online tools more often, so did this actually facilitated law enforcement crackdown on sex workers through tracking them through IP geolocation, or like did this happen, like help law enforcement or facilitated for law enforcement to do crackdown on sex workers as the pretense of anti-sex trafficking and so on? A follow-up question, do you advise like sex workers to use like VPNs to protect their geolocation and so on? Thank you.
Maybe if it's the last question, we can take and then we try to respond. So.
Hello, my name is Vitória. I'm an activist from Brazil, and my question is also to collect maybe perspectives on how we could create financial instruments to not fooling these lives of these persons, but also fooling our movements.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understood the question.
It's a way how we could create financial instruments to make the money flows to these persons, but also fooling our movements like discriminalize abortion, sexual workers, and so on.
Yeah, like creating financial instruments that don't rely on. You want to answer the police? Elisa, did you hear the question as well? Okay.
Yes.
So I give you basically, you can all say a few words, either directly responding to the question or final word that you might have wanted to say and didn't, and then we can close.
The financial instruments, I think.
Or the police, yeah?
Yeah, I'll just quickly respond to that. I mean, it's really hard because the terms of services are super anti-sex work. So if there's somebody with a lot of money that wants to create an app that's sex worker friendly, or if not, I mean, one of the things that I've been doing as a survival-based sex work is just finding somebody, a third person, a very good friend who would be able to accept payments for me and use their ID and their like PayPal account or whatever. Although I have got my friend's PayPal account shut down by accident, even though I didn't say anything about sex work. I just said English lessons and still got shut down. So finding third parties, I mean, isn't the kind of solution, but that's what I've been doing because I haven't been able to find an app that's actually that I don't violate the terms of service. So you're always kind of like, you know, trying to jump from app to app and not try to keep too much money in any of the apps if you're doing digital sex work. But yeah, I don't know if there's anybody here that has a better solution, but that's what I'm doing for now.
I can answer if we are suggesting sex workers to use VPN and stuff like this. So digital security is, of course, an important part of, you know, it's one of the ways, I think, to try to fight back. And I do personally find them important, but you know, there are lots of things to consider. So are these tools accessible enough, for example? Are they cheap enough? Are they, you know, do they have multiple languages? Are they, you know, easy to navigate? So these are all important, and it does leave some sex workers out of these systems, basically. But also, I feel like technology changes really fast, and you know, technological artifacts are always, you know, reimagined, and people find ways around technologies, to overcome the barriers they basically present. So I don't think it's an absolute solution to just rely on digital security, because these technologies will change. People will find other ways to interfere with your communications and stuff like this. So I personally think policy should be really really the fundamental thing to do for us. So we should base all our policies on protecting fundamental human rights, and then just let the technology evolve around these policies.
Thank you. And Elisa, you want to say the last word?
Yes, sure. Yeah, so I'll address the technical security tools. So in a survey of about 100 workers in Europe, what we saw was that the primary security tool that people were using, not always necessarily for security purposes, but sometimes for that reason, was encrypted chat. So about a third of people were using encrypted chat tools. Only about 15% of people were using VPNs, and then about 5% were using cryptocurrency. And I think we have kind of, there's sort of two reasons for that. So one reason that folks are not always using sort of these technical security tools is well put by one of our participants, who said, I would gladly do all of the above, but that really only works when the customers participate. And they said, Threema, Signal, PGP encryption, cryptocurrency, right? I can no more sort of demand that the Max Planck Society pay me in cryptocurrency then many workers can demand that their clients do so, and clients may not want to do so for a variety of reasons. That doesn't necessarily mean that cryptocurrencies can't be useful in some way, but at least in the current way that they are built, right? You're opting into a different currency system. It has interoperability, payment issues, as well as just usability issues, and it has to be cooperative with clients. And then for things like VPNs, while this can be useful as a privacy protection, certainly there is this kind of usability trade-off of like using a VPN doesn't change the fact, to Kali's point, that the terms of service are very, kind of, to the first question in the panel, American-centric and sort of with these particular set of moral values that prevent people from using them, right? And so I can use a VPN, but that doesn't really change what I can do with tools. And so I think for a lot of people, the kind of utility cost trade-off of using some of these tools just isn't high enough, and they're not addressing people's like core needs and concerns.
Thank you so much, Elisa. And I wanted to say like a few words to conclude. Like many things were said, just on the point of like banking, sex workers have often organized in relation to this crisis for many years. If you look at India, for example, sex workers were not able to access financial institutions. The bank would say, we don't take your money, you're a sex worker. It's probably coming from trafficking. We don't want it. So sex workers created their own bank, which now has tens of thousands of members. And they're able to like save money and do microcredits to support one another. And this is something that sex workers have always done, creating mutual aid support so that we are protecting each other. I wanted to say a couple of things. We have resources here. We also have these t-shirts. That's why I always wear these t-shirts. If you want to buy one of them, it's helping us. Sex workers and our organization like work in very precarious environment. It's very difficult for us to access spaces, political spaces, but also resources. So we really encourage you, if you are able to support sex worker rights organization at the local or European level or international level, please do so, reach out to us. And I wanted to finish with one thing that we are working on, we are very excited about, with different partners, including EDRI, and Freedom Collaborative, and hopefully Elisa and the Max Planck Institute as well. I think lots of the things that we said is often that prostitution or sex work debates have been based on this idea that on one hand you got victims of trafficking or other victims, and on the other hand you got sex workers. And somehow it's not possible to get rights for these two communities. But we know this is not true because many of us are victims, whether we are victims of gender-based violence, we are victims of intimate image-based abuse, as we discussed, victim of exploitation or trafficking. There is no such thing as like two different communities. Many sex workers are victims, have been victims or will be victims at some point. And what we want to create is more dialogue between different organizations that might not have the same priorities or the same strategies, but should have more conversation about how we create, in particular, digital landscape, digital environment that both protect the rights of sex workers to sell sex, to advertise, to express themselves, but also protect the rights of victims, including children, including victims of intimate marriage abuse and sexual exploitation. So to do this, we are creating this multi-stakeholder dialogue, which will bring together different actors, civil society, policymakers, sex workers, tech, imagining some organization that never come together in the same room to discuss on how we can create this. And that's a theme that I've heard throughout the day, is that it is possible to imagine new structure, new design, but also new realities, whether you talk about prison abolition, abolition of border, or new structure that allows sex workers to exist freely without fear of repression. So thank you for your support and have a great day. Bye.
We are going to have a little break. You are free to pass and take a coffee. We will be here at 3:30 with Solidarity, Not Solutionism, Digital Infrastructure for the Planet. Thank you so much for your attendance.
Hello? Hello?
And one way it's so mentally engaging and involved as well, right? So. We're probably still going to need to finish quite sharply because there's the closing speech after here. So maybe we go 2 minutes over, but I think that's probably it. So I'll do the 10-minute warning and then. I suggest we get started then because people will, I think, come when they see also that it's in progress. The tech people said your colleagues are somewhere in the ether, so they should. I'll double check when I've introduced you. Okay, if you could please take your seats. Is that working? Hello? Yeah, that works.
Testing.
Okay, we are about to kick off with solidarity, not solutionism. Fantastic. I don't know why that was funny. Are you laughing at me?
Okay. I'm not sure I believe you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We're going to kick off now with solidarity, not solutionism, and I am going to pass over to Becky Kazansky to introduce this panel.
Thank you so much. So my name is Becky Kazansky, and I am here today as part of a really great group of people who are mostly joining us from all sorts of different geographic regions of the world. Hello. I'm going to be awkwardly looking up at them in this hybrid format experiment. So please bear with us as we make our playful time of this this really great way to actually hear from voices from all over today. This panel is kind of a follow-on to a workshop that just happened, which began to explore environmental and climate justice as a digital rights issue. This panel now is going to be focusing on the idea of false solutions for climate and false tech solutions in particular. Just a word about myself. I am here on behalf of an organization called the Engine Room today. It's an international nonprofit organization focused on the responsible and strategic use of data and technology. And joining me as a co-moderator is Shauna Finnegan from the Association of Progressive Communications. We're also excited to welcome 4 panelists based in Chile, Bulgaria, Germany, and here in Brussels with me on stage. First, we have Paz Peña, an independent activist and researcher, and with the Latin American Institute for Terraforming. Lily Fur is joining us from the Center for International Environmental Law. Plamen Piv of Blue Link Bulgaria is also here with us, and Narmeen Abu Bukhari from the EU Greens. They will introduce their work and how they've come to this discussion of environmental justice very briefly. But first, we just want to thank Idri and Privacy Camp for hosting this conversation because it's part of an effort to think about how we can center climate and environmental issues in digital rights discussions. So in terms of this workshop that I just came out of, what we saw there is that environmental justice and climate justice intersect with digital rights issues in a number of different ways. One key point is on surveillance and security of movements and lands rights defenders who are put into harm's way and are dealing with safety concerns as they arise through digital means. There's also a concern with information and disinformation, which connects digital rights and climate justice concerns. And there's also a common shared concern around the extractive nature of corporate technology practices. And in Europe, we see this clear interlinking happening with the discourse around the twin transition, which is the idea that sustainability can be supported through digitization and digital innovation, something which Narmeen also touched on just before our panel. The question is it always true that sustainability and digitization are mutually supporting? There is a lot to unpack there with this idea. And it's a question that seems fit for the digital rights communities around the world to take stock of. The digital rights community is, of course, very familiar with the need to be critical about what kind of innovation gets supported and invested into. But Shauna and I and the rest of the panelists here today believe there's a lot we can also learn from the climate justice movement on how to resist solutionism as a common concern. So on this panel, we're calling out techno-solutionism at the intersection of these different issues. And we're taking inspiration from a framing that the climate justice movement uses, which is false climate solutions. Technologies and narratives that can distract from the problem we're trying to solve and potentially even make it worse. We're asking, what are the false solutions that the digital rights sphere needs to be aware of? And we're also asking, what are some of the just pathways that already exist and which we can wayfind together in order to solve climate and environmental crises? So just a little note on the hybrid format today. We encourage the audience here, as well as online, to use the hashtag PrivacyCamp23 to share reflections and questions with us throughout the panel. There will be a time to discuss those at the end. And you can also join Shauna online through their Twitter handle. Shauna, can you hold that up for us?
Sorry, Becky, I forgot to make the sign, but I'm gonna do it right now.
Okay, the Twitter handle is Shauna Finnegan, and Shauna will momentarily share it with us. So Shauna's gonna create a Twitter thread that people can respond to if you're interested. So now I want to hand it over to give proper self-introductions from all of our panelists. And let's see, the first person I will ask is Shauna, if that's okay with you. Shauna, how did you come to this discussion of digital rights and environmental and climate justice?
Thanks, Becky. I made the sign very quickly for anyone who can possibly read this terrible writing here. Yeah, that's her full name. And I'm gonna just put a Twitter thread in the one that Andrea has just created. Because yeah, I'm really excited to hear what's bringing everyone in the audience and participating online to this conversation. As Becky said, this has been a conversation that's been happening for some time, and we really want it to be something that continues well beyond just this moment that we're having today at Privacy Camp. As Becky said, I work with the Association for Progressive Communications, which is an international network of civil society organizations that are really dedicated to supporting individuals and groups to use technology for care for ourselves, each other, and the planet. And environmental justice and sustainability really is at the heart of APC since APC was founded in 1990. However, there's been really a renewed focus on environmental justice in the last few years, including a publication called the Global Information Society Watch, GISWatch, that published an edition in 2021, really focusing on this issue. And I know for myself, it was incredibly valuable to see just these really grounded perspectives of what was happening with APC members and allies and communities that APC Network is working with in terms of the real impacts of the climate crises and the ways that digital technologies are very much intersecting with these crises. So as part of that work, APC has also been looking at ways in which we can support environmental justice movements and land defenders. And this conversation around false solutions has come up time and again. And I think we're really looking to how can we resist those false solutions and what are the opportunities to, as Becky said, wayfind those just pathways. So that's part of what brings me to this conversation, and I'm really excited to hear from the other speakers. So I'll pass back to you first, Becky, in case there's anything else you want to add.
No, thank you so much, Shauna. In that case, Narmeen, if I can pass it to you. Narmeen, how did you come to this intersection of issues? And tell us a little bit about what you work on.
So I work for the Greens at the European Parliament, so for elected representative. I was first a data protection legal counsel before, so I really focused on basically data protection. And then after that, I worked for a consultancy agency, really focusing on sustainability and tech, as much as data protection. And I've realized that the question of sustainability was mainly taken into account by companies, but because the climate movement was influencing the discussion, so they were extremely scared of the legislative steps that was taking place in Brussels. And then I changed job and worked for the Greens, where I was the digital rights campaigner, and I work on digital rights as much as climate issues. And this is where my work really focused on right to repair, circular economy, but also environmental impact of different type of technologies. And this is where also it was more of an activism role that I had, because as a campaigner, obviously, I campaign on behalf of the Greens for a better solution for our tech infrastructures and products. Voilà. Thank you, Becky.
Thank you. Next, I'd love to hear from Paz. Paz, can you hear me
Hi,
okay?
everyone. Yes, I can hear
Hello.
you. Hello, everyone. My name is Paz Peña, and I live in Santiago of Chile. I work as a freelance consultant, and for the last, I will say 5 years, I have been researching the intersections between digital technology and the climate and environmental crisis. And I'm particularly interested in the social environmental conflicts of digitization and its geopolitical effects, especially in Latin America. In this sense, I work on the, on the exploitation of nature by digitization, as well as the displacement and socio-environmental impacts experienced by indigenous populations and, of course, the working class. So my special interest in the issue of false solution has to do not only with the systemic effects of digitization in the increase of consumption and energy use, but also with how these supposed solutions are built at the cost of the lives of human and non-humans in a particular situation of vulnerability, no? So in other words, what are the communities paying the price of digitization as a solution for the climate and the environmental crisis? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paz. Plamen, tell us about your work, please.
Hello, I'm Plamen Pev, and I'm working for the Buring Foundation, Bulgaria. But as we are a global foundation, in many aspects, in terms of our interest mostly, I'm based in Estonia, and I'm environmental lawyer for more than 20 years. And we have been working with APC and also with other organizations on the network, internet governance, but also networking with environmental and social rights and other human rights activists, so that we could bring together all the perspectives where it comes to the point when we need to move forward with the technical solutions, and then also the impacts of these solutions across various fields. My perspective has been, in a way, limited to the environmental field for many years, but since we have been working with APC on different issues, especially on the intersection between digital and environmental rights, and the possible potential for exploring the potential for their mutual reinforcement. That brought me a bit further out of this silo of environmental protection work in terms of law, policies, and also people behind, and to see how we could mutually support with tools, with experience, with the stories we have been through in our work. So there's a lot of to learn from each other, and there's a lot we don't know about each other. So it has been really maybe at the beginning of the journey, at least for me, because in the past years I have learned not much, but I'm trying to learn much more so that we could help each other and find ways, because there are many challenges, even with the good solutions related to the climate change, with the, for example, European Green Deal and just transition. There are many social and other issues, technological mostly also, which should be considered. So there is a lot of debate and a lot of playing field in this regard. So I'm excited to be a part of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Plamen, and we'll hear more about specifically what kinds of frameworks and just pathways you're looking at And very last, but very not least, Lily, please tell us about your work.
Hello, everyone. Yeah, I'm Lily Four. I'm joining from Berlin, Germany, and I work with the Center for International Environmental Law, an international NGO that works at the intersection of the environment and human rights. I'm not a lawyer, I should say. Many people expect that I'm a lawyer. We have many lawyers. I'm not one of them. I've only been with Salle for the last half year. And I think a lot of what I've done before then also brings me to this conversation today. For 16 years, I worked for the German Green Heinrich Böll Foundation on international environmental policies, focusing very much at the intersection of the environment and new and emerging disruptive technologies. And I've also been sitting on the board of an NGO that is very instrumental in the social movement space on this topic, the ETC group, or etc. group, that monitors new and emerging technologies in this space. And I can the streams that you've already mentioned, Becky, that came out of your workshop very much resonate with sort of the way that I've been looking at this topic and where I'm coming from, the surveillance, the extractive nature of corporate practices. But in addition, so I've always been interested at this intersection of where basically powerful corporate interests on the side of big polluters, fossil fuel industries, big agriculture on the one hand, and then big tech and big data, where they collide, or where they come together and intersect. And maybe the other few things just to mention where that concern my work, where that is happening, is really where big tech companies and entrepreneurs with that tech solutionist mindset begin to implement so-called solutions to the climate crisis. For example, geoengineering, which I hope we can speak more about later. And yeah, also very much the impact of the environmental impact of these technologies, as Paz has mentioned, their massive energy consumption, I think, leads to a big colliding of interests. And then one other thing that I just wanted to flag, because I think that's something that I've worked on for a long time, but that's not very much at the forefront of this discussion, is where big companies in the agriculture space are beginning to really go for a big data grab, to grab what is now called digital sequence information, so digitalized information about genetics of plants and species, to really exploit them for their private profits. It's a huge topic that is also being discussed at the UN level. I think it's something to explore much more from a digital rights perspective, and a question of how we deal with big data. So yeah, very happy to be here, and there's lots to discuss.
Thank you very much, Lily, and we appreciate your perspective on climate technologies, because the folks in this room and in the digital rights space, we're accustomed to focusing on digital technologies, and now thinking about their intersections with climate and environment. There's also, of course, a long history of climate technology. There's a UN mechanism for transfer of technology and the exploration of carbon capture and geoengineering. So we're really eager to hear more about that history and your perspective on how these discussions and investments have changed over the years. So with those introductions, I now want to move us to the first part of this discussion. The first part of the discussion that we're going to have together is around calling out false climate solutions and thinking about what these actually are in relation to digital rights concerns. And then after that, Shauna is going to take us through thinking about these just pathways. So just to come back to what do we mean by a false solution, and why is this relevant for digital rights folks? One example that has come up a lot in our discussions so far is around carbon offsetting. So carbon offsetting is a practice that first arose in 1988 as part of what's called the voluntary carbon market. And it's a way to for institutions, companies, and also individuals to think about their carbon consumption and try to compensate for it, either by through afforestation efforts, such as planting trees or restoring ecosystems. And over the decades, it's become a less popular idea and a more popular idea, also tool and technology. We can think of it as a climate technology as well. What's interesting is at the moment, there's a lot of renewed interest in carbon offsetting. And when it comes to the digital rights space, this is where I'd like to tie it back to some research that we at the Engine Room worked on for the last year and a half. What we did together in our organization was a research project exploring intersections between climate justice and digital rights. And as part of this, we looked at corporate tech practices for both big tech corporations and smaller players also in the commercial space. And what we saw often is that there are very expansive pledges made by companies around climate and sustainability targets, but not a lot of information about what's actually happening behind these pledges. What we do know is that one of the most common tools that is used to kind of achieve net zero, so to speak, is carbon offsetting. Other tools include renewable energy credits and also discussions of infrastructural efficiency, et cetera. But carbon offsets, this is what we think is a false solution. It's been called out by the climate justice movement for decades. More recently, we also have increased empirical evidence. For example, a study came out last week, or an investigation rather, which collected a number of studies and also pulled in new evidence, which showed that at least 95% of carbon offsets in the end do nothing to offset carbon emissions. These projects often fail. And beyond the failure of individual projects, there's also the larger problem of this idea that it's okay to do harm in one side of the, or one part of the world if you compensate for it in another part. It turns out that ecology and the ecosystem doesn't work that way. It's not a balance sheet where you can just, balance the budget and everything will be okay. That really calls a lot into question about big tech, and it makes us ask, as a group of people, practitioners exploring the intersections of climate and digital rights, what does that mean for digital rights advocacy and efforts to already try to hold companies accountable? Is this concern with climate pledges something that should be integrated with concern around other kinds of digital rights harms? So with that provocation, I now want to move to Lily, and to ask Lily to reflect a bit about this history of climate technology and what it brings us to today. What should digital rights folks be aware of as the space becomes increasingly involved on sustainability and climate issues? Lily?
Thank you. And thank you for that provocation. That was already great. So I thought what I could offer is looking back at, by now it's 30 years basically of international climate policy making, looking a little bit back at the different turns that we've taken along the way that have led us down a lot of wrong paths. And that have increasingly narrowed down our thinking to just a few options, basically ruling out other alternative options and pathways that we could have taken. Because I do think, I really want everyone to keep that in mind, that when we talk about solutions, the key question is really, what is the problem we're trying to address, right? Depending on how we define a problem, the kinds of solutions that we're going to look for are going to look different. People, with a techno-fix mindset usually come with a solution and then they look for a problem to solve. Let's do it the other way around. Let's look for what is the problem and then, what's the solution? And looking back, really two of the driving forces along the entire pathway of false solutions in the last 30 years have been the belief in endless economic growth on a finite planet, followed by neoliberal capitalism, basically. And then also this techno optimism and the belief that technologies can fix anything and innovation will be the solution. And So along just outlining a few of those turns where we have maybe taken the wrong turn. When in 1992, the world agreed on the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, right, the UNFCCC, we decided, collectively, people in that convention back then, that the climate problem was going to be framed as one about emissions in the atmosphere, something very abstract, not to do with people's life. It's somewhere up there, a thing you cannot touch. It's emissions. And the solution was going to be emission reductions. Well, we could have decided the problem was the fossil fuels in the ground that we were burning, and the forests that we were cutting down. That's not what we decided. The problem was emission reductions. And then came the Kyoto Protocol, which, decided on some first concrete, very small, but targeted measures to actually reduce emissions for a few countries, the rich countries. And what we decided then was that 1 ton of carbon that is emitted when you burn coal, for example, or oil or gas, is equivalent to 1 ton of carbon that is sequestered in a tree or an ecosystem or soil. That is actually very flawed because they're very different carbon cycles. You can ask an ecologist, a biologist, they will explain because those cycles have different timelines. And so it does matter a lot. Also, the geographical location matters. The question whether you're locking in a coal mine or cutting out an entire forest matters. So 1 ton of carbon does not equal 1 ton of carbon, but that is the very basis of carbon trading, which was then created as a mechanism under the Kyoto Protocol. And I think what resonates with a sort of big tech's mindset is that we need to quantify and measure everything. And that is something that very strongly resonated with the climate conversation back then and still today. And the next big step, I think, came sort of turning point, and we're still in the middle of that curve, came with the Paris Climate Agreement after 2015, where we now are talking not just about emission reductions, we're talking about net zero, we're talking about negative emissions, we're talking about the idea that we can actually pull carbon out of the atmosphere by some magical technologies that are going to do carbon removal for us. That is something that, by the way, big tech companies like Microsoft are heavily investing in, and they're counting on offsetting their big footprint of emissions by investing in so-called removal technologies, which are highly problematic technologies. And by the way, the European Commission has just proposed a new framework to certify so-called carbon removals from the land sector, but also from so-called carbon capture and storage and other big technologies, to actually build a voluntary carbon market around these removals at the EU level, which is highly problematic. So that's the next big turn that we're taking. And then there is another one looming on the horizon that we're very concerned about, and that has to do with a technology called solar geoengineering. It's actually a suite of technologies, it's not one, but the idea is that maybe, the whole thing about dealing with carbon is too complicated. There's a, easier, cheap way that we can fix the climate problem by addressing some of the symptoms of climate change, by turning down the temperature, by taking control of the global thermostat and basically turning it down to whatever we want, 1.5 degree, who wants less? Let's see. So managing so-called radiative forcing, managing the level of sunlight that reaches Earth. And there are a number of technologies being researched, and increasingly they're moving into outdoor experiments. Big tech is very interested. This field is full of Silicon Valley startup sort of idealists or optimists who want to go for it. And actually just a few weeks ago, a Silicon Valley startup firm called Make Sunsets announced that they did the first rogue, so unauthorized solar geoengineering experiments in Mexico just in April last year. It just was announced that they did it at the end of last year. The Mexican government now announced to ban it, but which is the right decision, I think. But anyway, so the idea that we should get rid of or in addition to the carbon metric that is really dominating climate policy, actually introduce a new metric of radiative forcing is something that resonates strongly with the big tech sector. Make Sunsets was already beginning to sell so-called cooling credits instead of carbon offsets. You can have cooling offsets. So that opens the door widely to a whole sweep of not just false solutions, but sort of risky technologies that have the potential to destroy entire climate systems, including things like the monsoon, which millions of people depend on for their livelihoods and their lives. All of that is quite scary, and I do hope that we can form and create new alliances between the digital rights movement and the climate justice movement. So I'm very glad we're beginning to have this conversation today here and in many other spaces.
Thank you so much, Lily. I think I noted some reactions from the audience. This idea that the main metric around climate change would now be how much sunlight hits the Earth. It's kind of, where do you go from there if that becomes the main solution that we're banking on? And is it even possible to, or feasible for the kind of global cooperation required to make geoengineering have this desired effect? And if that does get put into place, is there kind of a lock-in then for the mid to long-term future and a reliance on just having less sunlight going forward? So that feels quite fundamental. Thank you so much. Now we want to ask Paz to reflect on techno-capitalism and kind of challenging this idea of the twin transition that I introduced as being an important part of approaches to innovation at the moment in the EU and beyond. Paz.
Thank you, Becky. Yes, I want to introduce the idea of techno-capitalism instead of talking only about big techs, in the understanding that although big tech is a great example of techno-capitalism, I believe that it is the techno-capitalist ideology, also adopted as hegemonic logic by most digital developments, including the developments made by the states, that must be fought as a solution to the climate and the ecological crisis. Basically because, as Mel Hogan says, techno-capitalism implies big data ecologies, no? So for example, the creation of an infrastructure generally placed in foreign territories, specially conditioned to infinite growth with intensive exploitation of natural resources to operate. If everything is subject of datafication, digital infrastructures become more intensive in their consumption of course, natural resources. And that intensive infrastructure in all its life cycle affects human and non-human communities, which tend to be, of course, the bodies that matter the least to capitalism. So this is why the false solution of the so-called twin transition is dangerous, primarily as understood by the European Commission, where the competitiveness of Europe is in the global economy is by far the first priority, and where the complementary transitions are more near of a geopolitical idea than an actual scientific truth. One, because due to the indirect effects of techno-capitalist digitization, we will likely have a digital rebound effect in many industries. So it is, at least it's strange to seriously believe that they are complementary transitions when conclusive evidence is still lacking, no? But more importantly, to say that they are twin transitions is to accept that both green energies and digital technologies are the industries where the control of the world economy is being played out between China, the United States, and the European Union. Thus, the twin transition concept is an economical concept more than a green solution, no, to the crisis. But I want to return to the issue of techno-capitalism as the logic to be suspected as an approach to the climate crisis, not only looking at how big tech is portraying itself as a friend of the environment, but also at initiatives that have much better press in terms of green techs, but that continues with techno-capitalist logics. And here, taking advance to the fact that I'm in a European forum, I want to bring Fairphone into the discussion. In their last book, Adi Kunzman and Esperanza Miyake do a fascinating analysis of the images of the Fairphone website, where magically the white bodies are the ones that repair, and the colored bodies are the ones working in mines. But of course, not any mines, socially responsible mines, according to the company. By the way, Fairphone is holding a series of conversations here in Chile to see sustainable lithium extraction methods. But this green tech company, instead of first coordinated a conversation, for example, with the indigenous communities affected by this extraction, choose to ally with large German companies of electric vehicles, that is, the big capital that today is part of a severe social environmental crisis here at the Salar of Atacama in the north of Chile. So if you think it's like teaming up with Google to see a sustainable way to exploit personal data. So Eric Kunzman and Esperanza Miyake state, and I strongly agree, that we cannot reduce a social justice problem to a feel-good consumption practice of European customers. This, I think, might give us a clue where we need to go in alternatives to techno-capitalism as a response to the climate and the ecological crisis. I don't want to extend any further, but I leave the conversation open for further collective reflection. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Paz, for calling our attention to the contradictions of what we might consider to be even a green or responsible technology. I think it shows that there's always a way to go, and that part of that is acknowledging the continued extractivism that comes into play, even with the devices that we might feel better about. And not to end it on a depressing note, we are going to also explore just pathways now. But before I hand it over to Shauna, I just want to invite the online audience, if you want to engage with us on this question of what is a false solution, please feel free to tweet the hashtag #NoFalseSolutions. And now I want to hand it over to Shauna.
Thanks so much. And yeah, thanks so much for those interventions, Lily and Paz. I think it's really useful to really frame our understanding as well in terms of just pathways. When we can identify what are false solutions, I think we have a much clearer idea of where there are real opportunities, and really learning from communities and peoples who have been doing this work for centuries, for millennia. I live in the prairies of so-called Canada, and here in Canada and in the US, Indigenous peoples and traditional communities have been on the front lines of defending ecosystems, defending the rights of nature. Recent research suggests that 80% of the world's remaining biodiversity is located on lands inhabited by Indigenous peoples. Although that only makes up 20% of the world's territories, it's very indicative of the fact that Indigenous peoples and traditional communities have been doing this work for so long. And actually, over the past decade, there's research to show that Indigenous communities, specifically in US and Canada, who are resisting fossil fuel projects, have stopped or delayed greenhouse gas pollution equivalent to at least 25% of the annual US and Canadian emissions, which is huge. And there is a growing recognition, and I think we do need to really be pushing our representatives in different government spaces to be moving this forward. Here in Canada, the government has just started to develop a Guardians project. There's more work to support Indigenous nations in setting up protected and conservation areas. But unfortunately, that relationship doesn't often come as a kind of nation-to-nation partnership. It's often still a very, legacy of colonialism in terms of the ways in which the Canadian government is approaching the relationship with Indigenous nations. So
I think it's important to think about how we as digital rights actors can really be supporting and acting in solidarity with these movements, with land and territory defenders who really understand the ecosystems far better than anyone who's just swooping in and hoping to, set up a carbon offset scheme. And so just with that very brief framing, I want to really now turn the mic to Plum and to reflect on some of the ways in which environmental and internet governance have started to really find these intersections and some of the opportunities for collaboration. Plum, and over to you.
Thank you, Shannon. First of all, I want to just come back to this reference point I was making when I presented myself and my background, that the environmental rights and environmental justice, and now climate justice, if we take it more broadly, it has been around for many years, more than 50 years, and have been developing as a tool, a democratic tool of influencing the development of society, development of industrial solutions. And this history and the lessons and the collected knowledge, but also experience in the field of environmental protection by the environmental activists, it's really very important, because there is obviously new era, new stage of this struggle between the economic industry interests and also the interests of people to live in healthy environment, to live in their places where they could have a clean air, water, soil, and have rich biodiversity. So in a way, environmental rights have been really enabling people to defend their land, their livelihood, and in a way, it was a powerful tool in the hands of the weak part of the society, because otherwise industry itself, wouldn't be self-regulating itself in a way that it will really produce a positive change, taking into account of the public interest. So coming back to the public interest, I think it's a good reference and cross-reference point about to understand how the digital and the environmental rights could intersect. And I want just present you the example of the Aarhus Convention, which has become recently also global legal instrument. Otherwise was covering the countries of Europe and Central Asia, but now it's every country could be part of the convention. So this Aarhus Convention has enabled its three pillars: access to information, public participation, and access to justice in environmental matters, enabled all the NGOs, activists, and just the general public in the countries parties to the convention to have a stronger and more powerful way to control, to monitor, or to resist in a way to the overexploitation of natural resources, to be part of the discussion and also decision-making process, where the governmental authorities decide whether one or another project will be approved or not. So this convention has become really a very strong safeguard for nature, and also a benchmark for environmental democracy, because it also links the environmental and human rights, and also acknowledges that the fact that we owe an obligation to the future generations, and also establishes that sustainable development should be achieved only through the involvement of all stakeholders. It has influenced really the policy making and also the thinking in a way of the decision making process, also at business level in many countries, because, for example, Bulgaria is part of the convention. European Union as a union is part of the convention, although not perfect member, I should say. So in a way, this international law over imposing these new rules for procedural rights has been changing the landscape of the democracy at national level. So this is a really powerful instrument which could be and the lessons for more than 20 years of history of implementing of this convention has been could be really important reference point for any conversation related to how we could approach and understand and in a way be involved into the decision-making processes related also to the improvement on the introduction of new technologies, which might be digital or other technologies which haven't been regulated yet. But anyway, the environmental law is protecting and ensuring decision-making processes to be democratic and inclusive, so that we could really regulate and be involved into the decision making for the development of different infrastructural projects, influencing the life of everyone. So the same way, I think all the new infrastructure, digital and other infrastructure of new generation would be also would need also this really all-inclusive element of decision-making process and openness, really full access to information, public participation, and eventually, as much as possible, under the different nation frameworks, legal frameworks, access to justice, and also challenging different decisions, and also challenging, in the best case, also the business in the core. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Plamen. I really appreciate also your reflection on the ways in which the Aarhus Convention has really sort of shifted thinking around these issues. And I think that's really valuable to think about how we resist false narratives. And again, as you said, the opportunities to really use this mechanism to really address that gap, as we see there's clearly a concern among, you know, the majority of people living on this planet about the climate crises. And it's really the people who are in power who are refusing to act. So thanks so much, Plamen. I think that's a really valuable example. So I want to now turn back to the on ground in Brussels to hear from Narmeen to reflect a little bit on what's happening at the EU level. Narmeen, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I would like to shed a bit of light on how actually companies publish on their website their environmental impact. You would see on Google, for instance, they will tell you how the data center is climate neutral. And this is actually an environmental claims. And 57% of EU consumers are receptive to these environmental claims when they buy or use any services or buy a product. And in certain countries, they are even more receptive, for instance, Sweden or Denmark. What does it mean? It means that we have companies using a marketing strategy to showcasing how well they are, how well their environmental footprint is, regardless of how reliable that information could be. And because it's self-awarded by the manufacturers or the person providing the service or the products, we have a lack of trust from consumers, because you can have a label or a claim that is actually real and has been justified, and others which are unreliable, super vague, or even wrong sometimes. And because consumers like that type of information, they are being confused. A Spanish consumer organization have even shown that more than 43% of people do not trust anymore the environmental claims on products. So we have a situation where people do care about how they consume, how what they buy, and the response that companies are providing to us consumers. And this greenwashing is also misleading other economical actors. So it's not even giving the advantage due to the people making the effort to green the product and their activities, and ultimately that leads obviously to a less green economy. I'm talking about this because I think it's a really good example on how we can create a better environment for our infrastructures and our products. The European Union, the European legislation exists on this matter, but it's mainly on the information that a company is supposed to give to the consumer. And there are two legislative texts that provide, that gives a legal basis to this. One of them is the Consumer Rights Directive, and the other one is the Unfair Commercial Practice Directive. And both of them oblige the manufacturers to actually give the information, but also forbids any misleading omission of information. Now we still have a problem because a product can still enter the market without being justified. And that would mean that you would have to bring a complaint to the table, and that will take ages, and the product will still be on the market while it's misleading us. So finally, we know that there is no obligation to provide any information on the environmental aspect of it. So you can't really ban a green claim. And that is really the problem, and this is why we believe as Greens that it's really important to regulate those claims and ensure that you don't have companies claiming what they are not, claiming things that they are actually not doing. Recently, in December 2019, so at the very beginning of the mandate, the European Commission put forward a European Green Deal. And this is a strategy that aims at greening pretty much a lot of topics like mobility, food, housing, and even the financing sector. But they decided only in 2020 to finally tackle the problem on greenwashing. They first published, in 2022, they published a proposal on empowering the consumers in the green transition. And the aim was really to create an environment where you could publish trustworthy information on how eco-friendly a product is and give a consumer a better role or a bigger role. Little disclaimer, I don't believe that the burden should be put on the consumer. This is not how the ecological transition should be done. But creating trustworthy information obliges the manufacturers to stop producing products, infrastructure that goes against the ecological transition. And this is an economic way, and that is this, you can discuss whether we should use this way, but that brings actually a way to fine company for providing information that is wrong. Now, what is interesting into that text is that it will pre-approve any claims that a company will put into the market, and that would have to be done by a national body. And I think it would enable to avoid products to come to the market and actually have no impact on our society. Positive impact on our society. The second thing is that it will provide more information on the durability, the repairability of a product. And it would also ban, and that I found super interesting, the environmental claims. So every claim like, sustainability, eco-friendly, climate neutral, all those words would have to be proven that would have to be actually backed up by scientists and a performance and indicator developed by the Commission. So then the question is, will that indicator be good enough? And that I actually don't know. But it's better that at least we have an institutionalized way of looking into what companies will be able to claim or put on their website or put on their products or what type of label they will be using. In a nutshell, I think this new proposal would really help us European consumers have a better impact on the planet, but also that would oblige manufacturers to really respect what they're actually saying. And this could be really inspired not only from a consumer perspective, but for more general services that we have and applied to digital services that you would have to use, because this is really linked to products that you're buying, not services. So we could extend potentially this legislation to other ways. And finally have better information for consumers, for manufacturers, and for any economic players that is going to enter the market and not undermine the green transition. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Narmeen. That's really valuable to hear about these developments. And as you were speaking, I was thinking about some of the reflections that Louis, you shared about changing metrics and thinking about some of the metrics that you mentioned, Narmeen, for example, durability and repairability. And, one of the questions I thought was, is this something because of some of the, right to repair campaigns that have happened in Europe that these metrics have gotten more prominence? And just thinking again about those performance indicators and your note, Narmeen, about their effectiveness, it seems like there's really a lot more conversation needed to be had around indicators and metrics and how we really understand this movement towards, a just transition, thinking about the ways in which the pathways have really narrowed over the last decade. So yeah, thank you so much, Narmeen. And before I pass back to start asking some questions, I do want to just also invite anyone who's on Twitter, if you want to share some examples that you know of actions that are really contributing to just pathways for climate justice and sustainability. It'd be great to hear from you. Back to you, Becky.
Thanks so much, Shauna, and also Narmeen, for your intervention. This actually brings us to opening the floor to questions, both from the audience here and online. So yes, does anyone have a question they'd like to pose to the panelists? And maybe we can pass the microphone over then. I see one hand up over here.
Hi, I'm Jonas from the Freie Universität of Brussels, a communication researcher working on data protection impact assessments. So actually it reminded me quite a bit. I've been learning a lot from environmental impact assessments when we were conceptualizing, especially the involvement of citizens in these impact assessments. So I'm very interested in the links between the digital rights and more environmental rights. But my question, where I really thought what you were talking about linked to the digital rights movement was enforcement. So some of the ideas that you've been just presenting about like greenwashing or forecoming greenwashing, how, well, seeing, for example, the GDPR, how difficult it can be to enforce these rules. How, isn't it extremely, wouldn't it, it sounds extremely complicated to enforce, for example, what companies write on their products to inform the consumer. So how realistic is that in practice that these rules are actually being enforced, followed and enforced? Yeah.
Narmeen, would you like to answer this?
Yeah, sure. I think just like for the GDPR, it would be national authority. Then you would have the question of, would you really like to have consumer authority to organize this, or do we prefer to have competitive authority? I mean, I think that was the same question that took place for GDPR. Frankly, it's I found really difficult to know if a consumer organization would be better than a competitive competition organization. But since it's a consumer directive, I mean, both of them are, it would make more sense than they are the one following this topic. I mean, precisely on the unfair practice directive, that's the case. Then remains another question: what is the financial mean that you would like as member states to provide to these authorities? This is a political will question. It's each national member states taking it seriously and putting the money into the national authorities. So I would really frankly answer that the consumer organization should be in charge of this, and we will see if that will take in place. But then the methodology should be one that is made by the European Commission, so that you have an harmonized methodology beforehand that could be used by every national authorities later. I hope it really answers your question.
I see another hand up. Yes.
Yeah, thanks a lot. My name is Maximilian. I'm part of Degrowth Belgium. And thanks a lot for all of your interventions. My question would go to Lily and Paz. We heard you sketching problems, but I would also like for you to have the opportunity to sketch a just pathway and a way out of techno-capitalism. So how do we change? How do we challenge it? And what paths should international climate policy take? You spoke about paths not being taken. Lily, maybe you have an idea of which one to follow. Thanks a lot.
Do you want me to take this immediately?
Yeah.
Okay. So I do not have a grand master plan to offer, to make that clear, because I'm skeptical that what we need is a big master plan, but that's maybe not what you're asking. I think there's so many things we could and should be doing, but if I just name a few, it's really phasing out fossil fuels as fast and as completely as possible, starting yesterday. And that is not what we're doing at this point. And we're doing so many things that are counterproductive to that urgent and necessary phasing out of fossil fuels, including, greenwashing in the form of, calling new investments in fossil gas infrastructure clean. So phasing out fossil fuels, and then also stopping the destruction of ecosystems that are still standing and allowing those already destroyed to be restored is a key one, transforming our industrial agriculture system into something that's more just and sustainable and based around agroecology, for example, and diverse models. So there are many, many different things. I was just listening to the conversation, reflecting myself on what are the parts where I see the solution paths or ways forward where the digital rights movement and the climate justice movement intersect and could really be working together. Just want to name two that really come to the forefront for me. One is really the climate justice movement knows how to tackle the fossil fuel industry and lobby, right? That's what the climate justice movement is good at. That part of the movement does not really get the mindsets of big tech and Silicon Valley and how these companies operate and how we can tackle them. And I think that is what many of you, I can't see you in the audience, but I believe you know much better, or that part of the movement knows much better. So I'm inviting all of you to join the fight against geoengineering and the big techno fixes, because we need that knowledge and we need those synergies. The other thing, connecting it back to the issue of surveillance and shrinking spaces that apparently was discussed in the workshop. We're extremely concerned about the next climate conference happening in the UAE, a country where digital surveillance is very, very strong. Human rights are not protected at all. We already saw what happened at the last conference of parties in Egypt. The good news was the climate and the human rights movement were beginning to work together and actually have joint communications at that last conference of parties. Not sure how that's going to play out at the COP in UAE, but I do think that the climate justice movement at the COP needs much more support from digital rights activists, both in terms of concrete analysis of, apps that are being offered to participants of the conference, whether they're safe or not, ways of communicating safely while on the ground, etc., but also actually understanding the political context of the country that this movement is going to come to for that big UN conference. So those are two concrete things that I'm hoping spark some interest in your movement.
Well, I have three ideas. The first one, especially thinking about what we have said before here with panelists, is to understand that this is a planetary issue. So whatever is happening in Europe, for example, any measure that you take in Europe is going to affect the rest of the world. And in this regard, I really, my call is actually to think about what are the measures that Europe is taking around this, especially around this greenwashing thing, etc., and how that is going to impact the rest of the world, because this is capitalism, and capitalism is going to look for other places to extract resources, data, etc. And I think that is something that we need today urgently address, to understand that this is a planetary issue. And I think that the European Union has a very important role here to think not only about Europe, but open its vision to the rest of the world. That is one thing, especially for Europe. The second thing is probably something that you have discussed a lot as privacy specialists, the idea that we need to limit techno-capitalism, especially when we talk about big techs. Big techs are not a solution for the climate crisis, because this idea of growth and growth and growth, of extractivism of data, that means use of a lot of natural resources, etc. We need to limit techno-capitalism, and I know that is a super complex problem, but we need to move to that direction. And the second thing is that we not only need to reduce the power of techno-capitalism, but also to push public policies to have techno-diversity. And techno-diversity understood as the Chinese philosopher Yuk Hui understands techno-diversity. This idea that there are different technologies that can be tied to communities, to their territories, and to their cosmovisions. We are facing today this totalizing idea of techno-capitalism, where every little technology is tied to that growth logic, and we need public policies that can fertilize, the scenario for different logics of technology to appear, because this is, and I want to end up with this, technology will accompany us in this problem. If we want to have solutions, technology will, have a very important role, but not any technology, not techno-capitalism. So we need to urge, our public policies to the public policy, the decision makers, to take public policies that can be actually directed to have a more techno-diversity field in our realities. Thank you.
Thank you so much for these last reflections and for the wonderful questions from the audience. We are kind of coming on to the end of this discussion today, but we don't want this to be the end of the discussion. And so that being said, I know there might have still been a couple hands up. Please feel free to reach out to us afterwards. And I'm going to pass it over to Shauna now for some clues about next steps and ways to continue to have this talk. Yeah.
Thanks so much, Becky. And for anyone who does use Twitter, we are collecting some resources in that Twitter thread that we've got going. And if you want to, feel free to direct message me at my full name Twitter handle. And so as Becky said, and I think as we keep trying to bring out throughout this conversation, we really want this to be an opening for conversations for people who maybe this is really new, as well as really continuing the work that we're doing with each other and with our wider networks to really address these issues. And so we're working with a coalition that will be hosting some discussions at MozFest at the end of March, which is, I believe, the 20th to the 24th of March. We'll be having a few conversations there, and we're really hoping that this will be part of building coalitions, really connecting climate justice and digital rights. There has been a lot of work happening that around really having digital rights funders really engaging in work towards climate justice and supporting really intersectional research. And we really hope that if you're interested in getting involved, that you'll reach out to those of us who are in the panel and the organizers to really think about how we can continue working together. So I do just want to make sure that if everyone has, if you want to say any final words, the speakers, and then pass back to Becky.
Thank you so much, Shauna. And I also want to express my deep thanks to all of the panelists today who engaged in this hybrid experiment with us. I hope it's been an enriching discussion for you all, and I look forward to continuing it with you. With that, we reach the conclusion. So thank you so much.
And just a quick note to those in the room, there will be the closing session in here in about 10 minutes. So, of course, feel free to go and grab a refreshment, but then please be back here. Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, can I invite everyone to please take a seat? There's plenty available. Grab one. As you're slowly coming in. Don't be shy, come through the front as well. And in the middle, there's plenty of space. All right, I think we're ready to start. This is the beginning of the end, so to say. Well, at least the program, because it's also the beginning of the evening, and that's exciting too. Oh, I can already hear. So I guess that means that you still have energy. Can I see a show of hands from those of you who are planning to stay here for a drink or two? Oh, yes, and I didn't even mention it's an open bar yet. That's great. So there is an open bar for 1 hour that you're invited to drink an alcoholic or a non-alcoholic one, and share all your opinions between you, but also with us. If you want to really share your thoughts about Privacy Camp, please use #PrivacyCamp23 on the social media of your choice. I am very happy to see so many faces that I have seen in the past, that I've missed in the past years, but also new faces that I have never seen before. I've met a lot of people, and I think many of you have. Today, over 200 people entered La Tricoterie, and hundreds tuned in online to listen to all of you, which I think is really, really great. It's been a long day. We've had 12 sessions with over 60 speakers, if you can imagine, and that's a lot of content. My name is Andrea Bellu, and I'm part of the content committee. Together with my colleague Gloria Gonzalez-Fuster and Rocco Bellanova, we curated a program that tried to answer a couple of questions. That is Rocco. You'll see him. He's going to come on the stage as well, in that form also. But the program we curated tried to answer a couple of questions. How do digital rights look like during times of crisis? And what is the link between crisis politics and the rise of securitization narratives? But also, how do we avoid a techno-solutionist approach to solving crisis? And we really hope that the session today gave you plenty of food for thought and that you're leaving the premises with a big baggage of inspiration. Remember, of course, not to post any pictures of people with red lanyards. And as we're closing the day and preparing for a drink, I would like to take a few moments to give some praise and thanks. And I'm going to start to thanking La Tricoterie for having us. I hope you all enjoyed this really, really nice, cozy place that we're in this year. Jean Electra, Catherine Connor, the session organizers, the speaker, and you, the audience, for making today so, so engaging. But also the artists that you can see their work on. For example, in the back, Vlada Njoler, Kate Crawford, Emmanuel van den Aura. Of course, the volunteers and everyone who's been taking notes and making today happen. And because we're talking about the team behind Privacy Camp, I would also like to take this moment to invite on stage so you can see them. They're real people and phones pictures in some cases. So I'll start with my content committee colleagues. Gloria Gonzalez-Fuster, please join me on stage. Rocco Bellanova, that we can admire in a small form. Our logistics operational magicians from EDRI, Guillermo and Angie, please come on stage. as well as the rest of the EDRI team dealing with fundraising, introducing panels, keeping you informed by our social media, and welcome you at the entrance. Claire, come up. Valentina, Jan, Sarah, Diego, come up. Vicky, Kata, Jean, Chiara, Sebastian, Ella, and of course, Chloe. And Thierry, where are you? Do we have Thierry here who brought us all the amazing art here? Okay, if you see him, give him a hug as well. But with this, I want to really look at the people who made Privacy Camp happen. It's a really big team, and you can get a lot of free drinks for them after the open bar stops. Afterwards, you can continue consuming at your own expense, as I mentioned, and we need to leave the premises at 10. But if the party is really pumping, I'm sure we can find a bar nearby where we can crash. With this, I would like to thank you and see you next year.
Thank you to the person who is coordinating all these people and coordinating everything. I think a lot of work, a lot of applause goes to Andrea, please.
Okay, that's all. I'm happy we're so engaged. They did.